All right.
That's not Tallen's Turnpike. What the hell?
Hey, we didn't get Tallen's Turnpike last time. That means we're not going to get it this time.
I know.
Okay?
It's a goddamn shame is what it is. I gotta mute this before it distracts me. So I'll just sit there and mute the stream.
Oh,
I was laughing on dumb jokes. Hey, if no one else will laugh at my jokes, I'll laugh at them for me.
I love my jokes, man. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Hope all is going well. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day. Anyone ever says streaming is easy when trying to read a chat, look at subs and followers, and also try to play the game at the same time? Yeah, they're lying.
Well, I mean, I imagine it depends on the game. If you're playing WoW, it's probably fine.
Okay,
if you're trying to play a fighting game,
oh god, that's got to be the worst, probably.
Well, the worst, but also good, because unlike this game, you get a bit of a break between matches.
That's true. Well, yes, that is very true.
Actually, no, it'd be matches. Yeah, rounds, you don't get a break. At least not in Tekken 8, which I keep telling myself I'm going to play some more of, but I keep not doing it because I keep getting engrossed in other games. I'm like, by the way,
aren't you playing Tekken 8 right now? Like, aren't you?
I'm trying to.
Trying to?
Because again, like, I'm a one game kind of guy. Like, I like to do one thing at a time. I like to watch one show at a time.
I feel like Tekken is something that you need to at least put a good few weeks in.
You need a lot, because did I tell you this story about getting another tutorial?
Maybe you might have.
So, in Tekken 8, there's this thing called the Arcade Adventure something. It's effectively just a giant long tutorial on how to play Tekken, like different styles, how to punish and stuff like that, right? And so I finished it. I'm like, all right, I'm feeling pretty fat and sassy right now. I chose martial law. I got seconds still. I was feeling pretty fat and sassy. I was feeling really good about myself. I went online because the game's like, you need to go online now, face other people, and I got my ass absolutely handed to me, just raffle stomped. You know what the worst part of it was?
What?
I was already ranked and I still got stomped out.
You already ranked and you got stomped
at the bottom, and I got stomped out. In my defense, though, it was an unranked match, so I got placed against
that's your defense, right?
So, well, no, it was unranked in the sense that the guy was like way higher level than Wood League. I forgot how the rankings work in it, but it was definitely way higher.
Okay.
So that's
in terms the reason right there, folks.
I'm Wood League, and that guy was at least gold. So, that's my excuse. I'm like, all right. That was it. That was like a week or two ago. I keep telling myself I'm gonna go back to it, but I just don't, because like
I mean, you're kind of distracted by a game right now called Paper Mario. So
I enjoy this game so much. It is such a good time, and I'm really
pretty nostalgic. I take it.
Points. No, I never played. This is the first time I ever played it. I always wanted to play it on the GameCube, but at the time I just didn't have the money for it, and
back in our day, we had to pick between our games. There was no downloading. I mean, again, GameCube, right? There was no downloading games or anything like that. That stuff didn't start happening until the 360 PS3 days.
Well, even then, I mean, it was just kind of, it had nothing really even download. It was more of a case of just, I didn't have the money for it. Like you pick and choose, and
well, that's why something like Hollywood Video was so popular. Right, because I could go. I could go down to Hollywood Video, rent the game for the weekend and play it. That's all we had to do.
Yeah, exactly. And had I known that it was a good game, I think I probably would have rented it. But I don't think I really understood how great of a game it was, or the sense that people didn't tell me until probably the 360 PS3 era, and by then you couldn't buy it anymore. It was so expensive.
Yeah. Trying to go onto eBay and you find it for like triple the price or something like that.
So,
but I mean, I think at the same time as well, when it comes to something like anything RPG related, like most people at our age during that time did not really get into RPGs until like, I don't know, junior high at the earliest.
100%. You're preaching to the choir. I don't really give a damn about RPGs. Not JRPGs, Western, any RPG.
It was any RPG. Yeah.
Until I was probably in my 20s. Like, I just didn't have the patience for it. And now I just really enjoy it just because of storylines and stuff. But as a kid, no, screw that. I cut my teeth on platformers. It was DKC and Super Mario World. Which is a shame. I mean, it is what it is, though, because there's a lot of RPGs back then.
Oh, easily, yeah. But I mean, that kind of goes with almost any generation if you think about it, though, right? Because what do most kids play? Yeah, they're gonna play, you know, your easy, simple little games, right? Which is normal. And then the older and older they get, the hope is that you start to try out some of these more sophisticated games and everything. Although I guess this generation right now is only playing Fortnite, so. What are you gonna do?
Well, they're gonna have very good FPS skills. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why every kid and their grandmother is trying to become a Fortnite pro player.
Well, hey man, I'm not sure what the Fortnite version of a 360 no scope is, but I'm sure the kids are gonna be telling me all about it here soon.
Oh god, I remember when the whole 360 no scope thing became a thing.
It's just such a dumb metric too. Oh, there's a 360 no scope. Like, are you doing trick shots? Man, get bent. What is this crap? Go play Unreal or something. Go play a cool game.
Oh god, dude, I loved Unreal back in the day.
Like, I'm sure 360 no scopes were the fucking norm back then.
Oh, easily. I mean, especially because
it wasn't a thing.
Well, because Unreal was only on PC, so it's definitely a lot easier.
Yeah. Well, it's also a lot more. There was no aim assist.
Oh no, aim assist was never a thing. Was
get good scrub.
Pretty much.
You know, it's kind of, I feel like cannibalism when a piranha plant hits me, PD Piranha.
I was about to say, I just saw that. PD Piranha attacks a PD Piranha.
It's not right, but it is.
That sounds like a skill issue to me personally, man.
Sounds like you're out for my head.
Oh, that's funny.
You're safe from Tallen's Turnpike so far.
Well, technically a random could get it. So
that's why I chose it.
Yep. This is the equivalent of old men sitting on their porch talking about their old days.
Yeah, back in my day, we had to worry about ping. We'd hit the tab key on our keyboard and we look at the ping and say, hey, this guy's lagging. Just kick him out of the server. Back in my day, we had servers. We had to run our own servers.
If we had been streaming 2 days earlier where I still had my beard before I shaved, yeah, we'd definitely be looking the whole old man style right there.
Drinking our iced teas or on rocking chairs.
Oh, dude, that could totally be a thing. Get some rocking chairs in the office and just turn the camera down a little bit more. Just be like, all right, we're not rocking chairs, just doing this the entire time. Oh god, dial up. Oh, that I do not miss. That I do not effing miss. Get out of here with that dial up bullshit
so
stuff.
I got a funny story about dial up and
story
satellite.
Time. You kids want story time? Here we television. Go. We got a dial up story for those of you actually know what it is.
So it's kind of dial up, but it's more just about computers being creepy to me. As a child, so full disclosure, I have a bachelor's of science in software engineering.
He's the programmer, guys. He knows what he's talking about.
I'm a professional. Well, no, I say this because it makes the story even funnier. I get very creeped out by weird computer things happening. So I especially do not like noises coming out of my computer that I don't understand. So dial-up, the noises when you first connect to it were a little creepy to me as a kid. Weirdly enough, despite not really having dial-up a whole lot growing up, because we had DSL pretty early, I didn't have to hear it too often, but as a kid, it scared the shit out of me. Just the weird noises it would make and stuff.
Oh, gave me PTSD.
So my parents' house was lived in the woods though. So we couldn't get
you're on the boonies essentially.
Yeah. So, but we could get satellite, television. So we had that. And so one of the things you had to do, and I'm not sure if you really do it anymore. I've never got satellite when I moved out. My parents haven't had it in probably 10 years now.
Very few people do, I think.
Well, yeah, DirecTV's going down a shitter. But I digress. What you have to do is you have to recalibrate the satellite dish. You have to kind of move it around and stuff.
Right, I remember you telling me about that.
Being a stupid child at 5 or 6 years old, the there was a little icon on the screen where it showed your house and it showed the satellite and it showed rings. Me being the idiot that I was convinced that satellite, if we didn't fix the dish, would hit our house. And so I was just having
laser attack, right?
Absolute tantrum, just panicking, straight up child panic attack, thinking that satellite was going to hit our house and kill everyone. And my parents were just, every time, at first in stitches, and after a while, like, they're generally like, don't worry, you're not going to die. The satellite's not going to come hit our house. But every time I hear dial-up noise, I always think of that because they make this really obnoxious ding sound to tell you that I'm not sure why I had a ding, honestly. I guess it was to help you get for the frequency. It was ding a lot. It meant you were more lined up with the satellite.
Right.
But suffice to say, ever since then, I've always been very weirded out by computers and glitching and stuff. Like glitchy sound always creeps me out. And so like early like YouTube horror really played into that, like just creepy distorted sound, and man, it always gets me even to this day. But yeah, that was my story. I was very, very scared we were gonna get hit by a fucking satellite.
Satellite laser coming in, folks.
Oh my god.
Mom, get off the phone. I'm trying to download a 3 megabit pic. That's gonna take 3 hours. God damn, that's so true.
Oh man. All right, so here's another story time. So back in my day, back when I was a teenager, we all sailed the high seas. Uh-oh, what do I see but Tallen's Turnpike number 2. No, back when we were all teenagers, a lot of us sailed the high seas, and feel free to read into that as you will. And
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, one of those things was a thing called lemon cable. It's not, wasn't called that, but you should understand if you're in that time, you knew what that was. It was a thing to share things with other people. Trying to be as vague as possible to piss off the censors. But in this, we would share applications. And so you'd have games on there, like, you know, back in those days, like Battlefield or Call of Duty 2 or something. Or Mario or emulators or something like that. But they'll be like 56 kilobytes or something super small. And we thought, oh yeah, Mario. No, actually, Mario's not that example. Call of Duty, 56 kilobytes. Yeah, it's totally a game. Let me tell you, kids, you can't fit a game even back in those days into 56 kilobytes. It was a virus.
No matter how much you try to compress it, and
even back then, compression was very bad in those days. Like MP3 files, if anyone knows what those are anymore, was roughly around 3 megabytes.
And MP3 was the norm back then. Like that was.
Oh yeah, and that's the kind of stuff we share with each other because they're so friendly back in those days.
Oh yeah, no,
just
we were.
To share.
Yeah, absolutely,
like to share things. But yeah, that's how you get viruses back then. Is you share viruses with each other. As they say, if it's too good to be true, probably is.
Remember, kids, don't trust the internet.
The internet never lies. Speaking of old shit, though, you hear about the whole decompiling of N64 games?
No, what happened?
So you can, well, it's not, it's more like, so they're able to, well, so, trying to think of the best way to say this without getting in too much trouble. So, the way things up to about now or so was when it came to old school games on your PC, you do have to run through emulators. So that was like an interpolation kind of thing. You didn't run natively, it ran through an interpreter. Actually, it's very similar to how you can run x86 applications on your ARM-based MacBook. So when Apple went to like the M1 chips and stuff, that's why things still worked. Because they had the interpolation of our interpreter player. So for emulators, that was what you do. Like, so all your big emulators all use interpreters.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But recently, this guy named Mr. Wise Guy brought out it's almost like a transpiler. Mm-hmm. To anyone in software engineering, is on, you're probably gonna have a field day. They have transpilers. So effectively what happened was it could read in like a N64 game, so like Zelda or something, and it could compile it, or it could translate into a language that was more easily, compiled into a computer program. At the end of the day, long story short, you can natively compile Zelda. So there's a native version of Majora's Mask on PC now.
Nice.
And man, it's so cool. It is so cool.
Updated graphics and everything, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, no, it runs 120 frames natively.
Bobby does make a by the way, Bobby, welcome if you want to join us in the Discord chat by all means. But Bobby does say insane considering that Animal Well is 33 megabytes. I think he's referring to the whole size of games and everything like that.
It's only 33 megs? No way. No way. Animal Well. File size. Animal Well without the 60 megabyte PS5 background image is about 34 megabytes of data.
Oh wow.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you just blew Lemon's mind right there, Bobby.
Well, so I'll put on my software engineer hat. A vast majority of the size of your games is assets.
Right.
So graphics, sound, all that stuff. So I'm surprised. That game, I'm assuming they're just programmatically rendering art as opposed to doing like rasterization or standard asset sort of stuff. That's crazy though. That's really small.
Especially in 2024.
Yeah, because I mean, as a whole, software engineering as a means of the whole minimum viable product, or how do we get shit out the door quicker? We have absolutely abused the fact that everyone has so much damn memory now. Like, it's crazy to me how wasteful software is now. But I understand it because I'm contributing to the problem. However, it is still wasteful, even though I'm part of the problem. That's crazy though. 35 megs. That's nuts.
Really, Boo? You're gonna give me a banana in 10th place? You sir have lost your insurance.
Oh no, I should have sent this to you. I watched a really interesting short today. So they're talking about how if the game is lagging really bad, Mario Kart 8 will actually give people, even in 10th place, coins. Because obviously if you throw a red shell or a blue shell, that's, it's gonna cause more lag in the game. So they just give you more and more coins. I thought it was really fascinating. It also makes me feel a little better when I get a bunch of friggin' coins in 8th place. Because what am I gonna do with
I don't feel good in the moment.
Well, I feel good because it's not my fault anymore. I can blame someone else, like Miyamoto. So that's fine. Yeah, that is nuts. 34 megs. Wow.
Took a hit right there. Damn. Last place. Ugh.
There's a
All right, folks, I'll pick it up. Don't worry.
And he was like, the developer of the game was like, yeah, so originally we had voices. I thought that was weird because animals can't talk, so I took them out. I'm like, oh, it's one of these games, huh? The dev is in on the joke.
Is it next week? No, it's not next weekend. It's the weekend after, or the week after. And so in 2 weeks, we've got the Summer Games Fest coming up. What are you most excited for? Like, what are you expecting?
Wait, it's only in a couple weeks away? Really?
Yeah, because it's from the 8th. So it's like the 7th or the 8th until the 10th. So this upcoming week is the last week of May. And,
I did not realize it was that late in May. Okay.
Yep.
What am I looking forward to? I am looking forward to.
What are you expecting to like? Maybe potentially see, whether it's a teaser trailer or just what are you hoping to maybe hear more on? Be as crazy as you want, be as realistic as you want. All up to you.
I'm hoping to hear about games coming out in the end of this year, because right now my slate is looking very empty.
I mean, that's generally what happens with this this type of thing. We generally will hear.
I feel like we've been spoiled due to the pandemic screwing things up as it has.
Oh, easily.
Where we knew games were coming out like a year in advance because they keep getting pushed back. Whereas now things are being back to normal, i.e., as you said, not knowing what was coming out in the later half of the year because the schedules are back to normal.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But I'm really hoping for Metroid Prime 2 HD.
Yep.
Or remaster, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I fully expect Nintendo to kind of, granted, this is literally, I don't think Nintendo's even going to be there.
I mean, they'll have their direct, but they're not going to be at the Game Fest or anything like that.
I'm going to be a bit of a dick. I'm just going to be projections across the whole of June because everyone's doing stuff in June, not just summer game stuff. So
right.
I expect Nintendo to just be more remastered. I expect Microsoft to dick around, to not do anything. I fully expect Last of Us Part 1 and 2 to be in a combo pack to make up Sony's holiday. But I do hope Sony has something cool for this holiday season.
Only thing we know of from Sony is Concord will be there. It's supposed to be coming out this year, whatever it's supposed to be. And other than that, that's about it from what I remember. I mean, I'm sure we'll see teaser trailers for big games for next year, but in terms of stuff that will release this year from Sony, all I really know of is Concord in terms of like a first party style.
I should know this because I really like Ken Levine's games, despite how much of a dick he is to his employees.
But the BioShock dude?
Yeah. When is Judas coming out? Is it this year?
We have no idea. It hasn't been confirmed.
They haven't talked about it. Okay. So maybe a Judas, more about Judas. What else? I think I'm dropping the ball here. Oh, Doom Dark Ages. Yeah, I heard about that rumor. If that actually comes to fruition, that sounds kind of cool.
It's supposed to be shown off, I guess, at the Xbox showcase.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot all about that. Yeah, you're right. I like the idea of it because I want to say, was it OG Quake or was it Hexen? Like one of the original kind of like FPS games was like a medieval kind of thing. Hell, I'd even like if it's just an homage to Army of Darkness, straight up like that. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, another Doom. I always like me some Doom. I really enjoyed Doom. I would love Fable to be talked about. At this point, I feel like Microsoft is in so much shambles right now that it would not surprise me if Playground Games got, turned the lights off and they got kicked out.
Oh, you really think Playground Games would get kicked out? Like, no, With all the success they've had with Forza.
So,
and again, this is post Tango Gameworks, so I mean, what am I to say?
Exactly. So at this point, I'm kind of in the mindset of what does success even mean to Microsoft anymore?
Call of Duty.
Because I don't understand how you can quantify, people buying subscriptions to your subscription service, Game Pass, to games. Is it based on how much hours they put into the game? Because then, it's
most likely based
just
off
live
of
services that would ever contribute, quote unquote, to the sales pass.
If I had to take a wild guess based on just how the industry has been in the last 7 years or so, my guess would be it's a combination of games that are in that live service category that are able to bring in tons of extra revenue after the initial release. So your Call of Duties, your Sea of Thieves, all that stuff. Oh, wait.
Live service games effectively flourish as a free-to-play model.
Right. So, but then my second point, the combo parts of this essentially, is does the game, how many new subscriptions does the game bring in essentially? If you see your numbers go up, let's just say 2% or 3% or something like that compared to 7 or 8%, then I'm guessing the 7 or 8% is considered a win in their book compared to a 1 to 2%, because it's been noted already that even though 3 million people tried out Hi-Fi Rush, that was at that time like 3% or 2% of all Game Pass people, and it didn't. Oh crap! And it didn't bring in new subscribers, essentially. So maybe that's what they're trying to base it off of. That'd be my guess, at least. But yeah, some kind of combo of that would be my guess.
At this point, I feel like all bets are off. Like, I do not trust. I genuinely believe that Microsoft could close anyone and all of them down.
I mean, the only ones they're definitely not closing down, obviously, is like Call of Duty and King. They're not going to do that because that makes them billions of dollars. I'm still shocked that they are actually bringing COD to Game Pass. That's what I'm still shocked about.
It would not shock me in the size. So they said, you know what? We're done making yearly Call of Duties. We're going to rely on Warzone. Because there's no way those CODs still make money. I can see that
because Warzone is it's free to play, right?
Yeah.
So, and as long as you buy the battle pass, the only thing that buying the yearly Call of Duty stuff does that I know of, at least, is that I know it unlocks certain weapons and stuff for that particular year, if I remember correctly. But other than that, I don't think it actually does anything. But that's why people still buy the yearly thing, is because it gives them all that stuff for Warzone. That's why they buy it.
But you don't need to sink the cost of building a single player game into that. You just make a battle pass for it.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. And if Microsoft does that, we'll have to see. What I'm interested to see, though, is how is Microsoft's not problem, but well, it is technically a problem. But how is their method of making or using mostly contract workers compared to the Call of Duty teams and how they technically run? Which, yes, I know they obviously have contract workers and everything, but they do have a good amount of their team that is like they've been there for a while, right? I do wonder how Microsoft was going to handle that. Oh yeah, Astrobot. I forgot Astrobot is basically all but confirmed at this point for PlayStation this year. Forgot about that.
Is it?
It's like, yeah, aside from Sony literally saying, hey, Astrobot, like there's tons of people confirming it and insiders and all that stuff.
I like Astrobot. I think it deserves, a full-on game.
It was, yeah, I mean, it was a fun little demo when I first got my PS5, so I enjoyed it. But I mean, so there's the two big rumors right now is that Dune: The Dark Ages is supposed to be day and day on everything: PS5, PC, Xbox, Game Pass, the whole 9 yards. We're supposed to see a gameplay demo of the Indiana Jones game.
The first-person Indiana Jones game.
Yep, made by
Machine Games.
Machine Games. Right. I almost said Machinima Games. I'm like, why am I thinking Machinima for a reason? So I
have a lot of hopes for that because I like Machine Games. I think they
make good games. I have hope, but I just don't know if Indiana Jones is gonna bring the sales / subscription numbers that they want, especially because it's an IP that they're borrowing from Disney to make, right? So I'm sure that can't be cheap on their end.
Well, Indiana Jones is not a franchise I think is really all that relevant anymore either.
Oh no, it's not. But I'm still saying though, it's still under Disney though, right?
No, for sure. I'm just saying I don't think that Indiana Jones, the franchise, is going to do much for Game Pass.
Oh no, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I don't know what they're expecting with it, but I think it just means Machine Games is going to be on the chopping block.
Well, that's what people are saying about Ninja Theory. So.
I don't know. I expect like a fire sale much the same way as we have with Embracer Group right now.
Ooh, you think Microsoft would sell off a bunch of those companies that they originally bought
because
up?
It's not Call of Duty and it's not King Games. I think it's very true that we're going to see heads roll at Xbox Gaming here really soon, including...
What do you mean, Microsoft Gaming?
What did I say?
You said Xbox Gaming.
No, I know I'm saying Xbox Gaming in the sense of I think Phil and all of them are going to get the axe.
Dude, I'm surprised Phil hasn't gotten the axe yet.
I think House is going to get cleaned here very soon.
Do you think they're waiting for the physical year to end and they'll do it by next year, like wintertime?
They're pretty much at this point just dead at sea. Like they're just literally floating in the ocean at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Xbox has lost its way. Like as much, this is a guy who has Game Pass for I think another year, and I bought an Xbox Series X. I just really want to call my Xbox Xbox for some reason, just to have that old school mindset. I never turn it on. I turned it on to go play Immortals of Avium. Because why? Microsoft hasn't put a new game out that I'm really interested in a long time.
You don't like your 5-hour walking simulator?
All right. You know what?
I'm sorry. I had to say it. Just because people always give Sony and other games like, oh, they make nothing but movie or walking simulators. I'm like,
well, that's why I don't understand, because like, oh yeah, it's just a 5-hour walking sim. What the fuck was goddamn Death Stranding?
Oh no, Death Stranding.
A game that
Death Stranding wasn't a 5-hour walking simulator. That was like a 20-hour walking simulator.
Death Stranding shows what Konami was good at, and that was tying Kojima down. He needs walls, is what we're finding out. He needs walls to be good. You can't give that man a blank check. You just can't.
Not what Sony and Microsoft have both done, because he's making some horror game with Microsoft right now, isn't he?
Well, yeah, but Microsoft writes everyone blank checks, and we've been seeing how that works out. Sony, yep. I thought had a bit better, checkbook. It would not surprise me if Death Stranding did not break even.
Sony, I would have said yes for the most part, but I think when Sony had what's his name, Jim Ryan. Like, that all went out the window for a while. I mean, they literally bought up Bungie, which, oh man, that was probably not the best idea. Then they axed half their live service games, put the other ones on half. They lucked out with Helldivers.
I mean, I think it was an attempt to look forward, and it didn't pan out, because at the time, like, live service games about 5-ish years ago was the thing you did. If you were doing a live service game, you were left in the past. You were, as a publisher, gonna die out, because the money just did not print like a live service game. Full stop. And now we're seeing, turns out it's like an MMO. If you don't make out early, if it doesn't work out for you, you're shit out of luck, because you're gonna be so underwater on that game.
We'll start talking about those threads that I sent you.
Yeah, those are fascinating threads, by the way.
They are. They're super fascinating, right? It is. Like anyone who's into gaming, like, I will post it in the chat. You guys absolutely need to read up on it sometime.
So I did hear a ding. So that probably means someone's here to call me out for a bad take.
You do have bad takes, but I think you've actually had a sizable amount of good takes.
Hot digging daffodil. I'm doing good tonight.
I don't know what happened.
It's that 10%, right?
The average is going up.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
So what's he up now to, Bobby? 11%, 12%,
13.2.
Oh baby, yes. Bring in them decibels.
Yeah. So I've been playing Hellblade because I got a laptop and they gave me because they just literally throw Game Pass at you if you buy anything in tech.
For sure.
Oh yeah.
Like, I bought the Backbone, free month of Game Pass.
Wait, the Backbone? The Backbone gave you free Game Pass?
When I bought my Fight Stick, I got like 3 months of Game Pass.
Jeez.
A Fight Stick.
I guess. To be fair, I don't see that. I don't see that over here at all. I don't think Japan's gonna be doing that, but
I bought a super basic laptop, and they were like, "Oh yeah, here's a month of Game Pass." This thing can barely run like Netflix, but okay. I'm using it for word processing. Mainly, all
right. Anyway, so continue. So you're playing Helldivers. So what? Or Helldivers?
Hellblade.
Sorry, Hell. They both have Hell in the name. They both have Hell in the name.
Yeah, and the 3 months old Helldivers still has
Yeah, what? I haven't
20 times the players that Hellblade has. Like, okay, I want to say Hellblade looks fantastic. I don't know that it looks better than Alan Wake. I don't like. Because it looks real good, but Alan Wake looks real good, and Alan Wake has a lot more variety in how things look.
Alan Wake looks really good. Like,
Alan Wake is more of like an art direction thing, though, or graphics, though.
For what?
So you're saying Alan Wake 2 looks better than Helldivers? Is it because of art direction or just straight up?
No, I think
purely
graphically.
technical?
I think graphically
Okay.
plus the art direction adds
Okay.
more to it. I think graphically, Alan Wake 2 looks it looks as good, if not better, than Hellblade 2. And yeah, I had to confirm that because I went in originally and I was like, oh wait, I didn't update my drivers.
Is this 200 c? This is 200 cc.
So
It was very fast.
I was looking at really like little artifact and stuff, and I kept on like, damn, this game has some weird issues. Maybe it's because I'm on ultra wide, you know, and it's supposed to be like letterbox, so maybe it's freaking out because it's stretched. But there's no letterboxing if you're on ultra wide, which is super nice. But turns out it was the drivers, so a lot of that went away. So that was cool. There was one moment that was super cool so far that I played. One moment that was like, okay, this is all right. This is cool. You know, one moment that I was like, holy shit. And then the rest has been like, okay, hold forward on the left stick. And
Did you play the original one?
yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking, like, I played it like 2018, like super early after it came out. So it's been a long time, and I was thinking about going back because I've heard a lot of the criticisms of people saying like, oh, the combat's not as good. Man, I will say the combat is so fucking one-dimensional.
I've heard the same thing. It's not very
wild.
deep.
It is. There's not very deep is being very generous. Lane. That is like, it's like you block or you attack, and that's it.
So would you equate it to being as simplistic as like a QTE kind of thing? Is it that bad, or is it a little more nuanced than that?
It feels like, well, okay. It feels, yeah, it feels like a QTE without the prompts.
Oh,
Like,
geez,
like
okay.
all the stuff is super telegraphed. So like when they're about to hit you, they like wind up way back and like almost like the animation is like slowed down, just so you can, you know, catch it.
Yeah. Stupid telegraphed.
Yeah, and then like you just like you have a heavy attack or you have a light attack, and like the heavy attack, like sometimes it works and sometimes it does. I think it's supposed to like break their guard, but half the time it doesn't do that. They just guard anyway. So it's like, okay, what's the point of that? And then there's like a block, and if you get like a perfect block, that will break their guard. Oh, there is a dodge. I will say there's a dodge, but it's like, again, super telegraphed, and then their weapon turns red for a second. And so it's like, okay.
Well, who was I watching? I think it was Maddie, I believe. He's a big Xbox guy over on YouTube.
How many of them left?
And he was like, because he played 1 again right before 2 released, and he was saying how just 1 in general just did everything better overall.
Yeah,
At
I
least how
remember
he felt.
1 being very, very much more impactful.
Right, that's what he was saying.
Even in the first hour, like that game just kind of starts and goes, and it's short. But from my memory, it starts and goes, and you're like, oh, okay. And what it could be is like, I feel like part of this, honestly, is that like we've experienced it before, and so they're trying to capture lightning in a bottle twice, and that's like you're just not gonna do it, you know? Like, I mean, I get, but it was so unique at the time,
Right.
and then it took them 7 years to come out with a sequel that's basically more of the same, right? And it's okay if you're coming out with more of the same, but you better make that shit bigger and badder, at least. Like, Dead Space 2 is a perfect example of this. Like, you play Dead Space, it's slow, plodding, methodical. You got to think about what you're doing. Dead Space 2,
Such a
it's
good
the same
sequel.
thing, but they up the ante in like every single way. And I feel like Ragnarok did that too.
Yep.
Like Ragnarok
Yep.
did a really
Phasing
great
up
job of just like, oh my god, this just got so much bigger. Like, because I remember before Ragnarok came out, I was worried. I was like, how are they gonna top like
2018.
fighting inside a giant's hand
And then,
you know what I mean? Like,
and then and then the game starts off like in the first 10 minutes, you're fighting Thor, for crying out loud.
yeah, you have to run from Freya because she's about to fucking kill you, and then you have to, like, you clash weapons with Thor with two weapons that are designed to like take each other out, and it creates this amazing lightning blast, you know. And then you find the one later in wherever in Freya's homeland, I forget what it's called. But like, it's like, holy shit, man, they did it, you know. Yep. And this is like, okay, so you guys know the main plot of the story
Hellblade?
Of Hellblade 2?
No, not. I know nothing.
I know a little bit about it just because
I don't mind if you say it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil. Like, okay, so here's the general thing, like the general plot synopsis is, Senua realizes that people are coming to her land to kidnap people and make them slaves, so she gets kidnapped, and then when she gets there she finds out that they're making the slaves fight off like a race of giants that are destroying that person's land, like the slavers' land.
The giants was in one of the trailers for the game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, in the cave, right? And so, like, when I was talking earlier about the oh shit moment, when you meet the first giant, when you first see the giants, that was an oh my god, like, oh my god. And then it ended and it's just been walking since, and I'm like, oh. Like, you think you would, I mean, I know you need like a, you know, a little
break in
respite,
between, right?
Yeah, you need a respite, but it's like, it's been another like 40 minutes and I don't feel like shit has happened at all.
Yeah, I would say respites shouldn't be that long.
Yeah. It's like, see, that's the one thing that everyone complained about in Ragnarok was the part with the super long respite. And with a game that long, I feel like, okay, and then I feel
I can forgive it a little bit more just because of,
I do have a short runtime.
Because I went back and played Ragnarok at the last end of 2023 because the Valhalla DLC came out.
Yeah,
right?
and the New Game Plus was out.
And the New Game Plus, yeah, and all that stuff, right? So I went back and I played it, and again, that part was definitely boring still, the whole being Atreus and walking around that spot. But other than that, like, that's one spot out of a, 35-hour campaign?
35-hour game,
yeah. It was a beefy game.
Right,
sure.
and then I went, and then after that, I went and I did the rest of the stuff. I went and fought all of the, those like ghost guys or whatever.
The spirits,
the spirit, and then you get to fight like, I did all that, and that was super fun, you know, exploring the worlds and everything. That easily added an extra like 20 hours to the game for me, right?
Yeah.
So and then Iz in the chat says, don't forget that you die and Thor revives you just to kick your ass more.
I love that. Yeah, I love that part so much. I'll say when you can die.
Yeah,
that was so like fourth wall breaking right in the beginning of the game. It was like everyone I talked to, that was like the thing. You're like, oh my god, you die, and then Thor brings you back.
Well, no, it sets the fucking mood. It's like, oh, I am not prepared for this.
Yeah.
And then you find slog him in the face, and he's like, just spits out a tooth, and he's like, there's the god of war.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, chat and Lemon and Tallen. Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition is free on Prime. Just throwing that up. Probably through the Xbox store if you don't want to deal with that, and I get it.
I mean, 100%. If you don't have that already, you should 100% pick it up.
Pick it up. It's
great.
Fantastic.
Fallout 3, it's jank in the best kind of way.
I've been playing Fallout 4, and that's still great. Like, I'm like, you know, it's not as good as 3 or New Vegas, but it's still pretty good.
No, it's good. It's. I mean, fault what you will about Starfield. It's a Bethesda game.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's less egregious. Fallout 4 was than Starfield. I was telling Tallen I still have to go play Starfield because they had maps back in, and I didn't realize they already had that patch in. I was like, I'll wait. I can wait.
It's the problem with I really try. I mean, Tallen, you remember?
I remember.
I played like 40 hours of Starfield. I gave that game a shot And eventually I was just
40
like,
hours. Jesus, you did give it a shot.
I gave it a shot. Like, I'm trying to be fair.
According to the fans, that is not enough. You got to put at least 100 hours into that game before.
And fuck that. Ain't no one got time for a bad game at 100 hours.
I still say this is what got me, is that one of the fucking faction quests, the one that I was really into, ended with a board meeting. Where you're supposed to convince people which way to vote. And I was like, I did all of this corporate espionage shit and have a tracking, or not a tracking, a mind control chip implanted in me now because of this quest, and you end it with a board meeting? Like, you don't let me kill like the corporate mole and then Jedi mind trick everybody and to be like, no, we're good. Like, what? Why?
It's like a cyberpunk like side quest. They just like left on the cutting room floor. Like, this is not fun. Cut. Like, what?
Come on. I was like, man, like it was like that. And then after that, like it was real quick after that where I just fell off of it because I was just like, I can't hang with. I spent, like 4 hours on that quest. And
it's a shitty ending to a quest line.
And, yeah, it just felt shitty to get to the ending and be like, oh, this is not what I wanted, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's a developer who lost its way.
And the other thing is that they're still using creation, which, like, I will
say what you will, it's admirable they've been able to keep that fucker going for as long as they have. Like,
well, and they made good improvements. Like graphically, like I'm looking at Fallout 4 and going, they did in Starfield make some improvements, like for sure, right?
But compared to what the rest of the industry is already at, it still looks like.
Well, I mean, but see how bad Unreal 5 has been working for people. Like,
I'm not even talking about Unreal 5. I'm more just talking about like looking at other games that, again, look at something like Cyberpunk. I mean, heck, look at The Witcher. Like Witcher 3.
So you can't. Cyberpunk also had at least 1, if not 2 years of retail. They got our money, and now they're just, fixing it. How it should have been.
That's the whole 2.0
update. I mean, realistically, Lemon, they could have been like, you know what, we're gonna. We're sorry, but we're going to do our best to make the next experience better. That's what we're moving to. They could have easily done that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, at least, I would argue, at least Starfield was in a better position when it came out. Bethesda, like, absolutely just stopped. I do not believe they're going to do a whole lot more. They're going to leave the modders to do it, to fix it, as they have for every release since probably Morrowind.
Yeah.
But at least it was workable. Like, I can play through Starfield. I just didn't want to because I have a map. I need my maps.
That's fair. I mean, I had a hard, like,
Cyberpunk I crashed multiple times on my PlayStation Pro, PS4 Pro, like, which was supposed to be quote unquote the better version at the time.
Oh god, I remember that. So, never should have been out on last gen.
No, you should definitely play Cyberpunk now. It's really good.
It is. It's an amazing game.
Cyberpunk is really good.
Just don't play it on last gen.
Fixed.
Don't play it on last gen. By the way, Lemon, we're gonna go to another server.
Get it on your PC and fucking play it if you haven't played it. It's really good.
It's super good.
Let's see, Gawa, Fallout 4 gave me a reason to turn on my Series S.
Yeah, Fallout 4 is good. Like, that's the thing with Starfield, is they went too far with the fucking procedural generation. Like that's what it was. Could the Switch run Starfield without exploding? Fuck no. Not a chance. But they went too far with the procedural generation. Like, really, they should have had this big ass universe, but it should have been like 5 to 7 Skyrim or Fallout 4 sized maps with handcrafted shit.
Yep.
You do that. Like, I'm playing Fallout 4 and I'm like, every time I find a place, like, it has something to do with something. Like, there's a quest somewhere, or there's like a piece of loot in there, or like, and maybe I'll find a place and then I'll be like, oh, what the hell is this? There's nothing here. And then I'll come back later because it's part of a quest, It's like, oh, now that I have this quest, I can find this like little switch that lets me open a basement and there's a fucking monster down there. Like, that's so cool. And it's not cool when it's just like, oh hey, we're gonna auto generate like the same mine just like 3 times on the same planet, and it's got the same layout and the same enemies,
and it takes you like forever just to get there.
Yeah, and it takes you forever to get there, which is why they're putting in vehicles. Like, fuck, like, jeez, like, what a. I mean, I get it. They were trying to pad out time, but
people are saying that the reason they didn't have it in the beginning was because it would have exposed terrible game design.
I actually believe that it would have exposed quicker, like, because then you could get to those copy paste mines faster.
Yep.
Like, there's only it's something like 6 to 8 like unique locations that aren't the like. So there is handcrafted stuff in the game. Like, I don't want to say there isn't, but like the fact that like the majority of your exploration is going to be on random ass planets. And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm in this system. Like, let me check out this planet over here. And you go land, and it's like there's nothing there except for like 3 points of interest, and they're the same as the ones on every other planet you've been to. And that sucks. Like, that just, it doesn't feel good as a player. And so I'm hoping like Shattered Space, you know, I'm hoping they make some changes with that. Like, I don't know how they could, like, that's the thing with Starfield. That's the issue, is I don't know how, because it's so foundationally baked in, the procedural generation stuff.
Right.
I don't know how they can fix it. I don't. And that's why I think modders are like, no, we can't fucking fix this. There's no way.
Well, and I've seen videos of people interviewing these modders that are just like, look, this isn't like a, hey, we don't know how to mod or anything. It's more of the core game design of Starfield is making this all near impossible, essentially.
Yeah, that's the
and
thing.
Then so when the core gameplay loop or the core systems at work are the issue, there's not much you can really do. So
yeah,
I think there is something they could have done. Also, I'm back. They just don't want to. There's no point. It's because, I mean, we see games coming out there like, oh yeah, it only runs at 60 frames. It's hard cap. I think Dragon's Dogma and modders came in and bumped the cap on it. So I think it's more of a case that they just don't want to. They don't see a purpose in it.
Well, a lot of people have said that they're bored of it as well. Like the modders,
exactly.
they're just like, yeah.
And I think that's a very critical thing. I mean, they can figure it out. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They just don't want to because they don't like it. Which I think is a very valid point.
Yeah,
it's jank.
No, and it's the thing though. It's not. I mean, there were some bugs that I found that repeated a lot. Like, my favorite one was like my companion would just like run screaming out of an elevator every single time I got out of an elevator. Be like, I was. Who is it? The lady.
Can't join now.
Sarah.
I've already joined.
Oh.
I think it was. What's her name? Like the main like companion lady from Constellation or whatever. And I remember just like having her around, and every time the elevators would open and she'd just run, just like the Flash, just run into a wall and then stop and turn around and like walk back. Like, yeah, it literally, she just like full sprint, like boop, 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 hit the wall and then stop and then like turn around and come back towards me. And I'd be like, why every time? Like, what the hell is that? It's just, that's, you know, that creation engine jank. And you know, playing Fallout 4, I'm realizing, and I've been playing Fallout 3 on the Steam Deck too. So I've been playing the next gen on PS5. Mm-hmm. I've been playing the PS3 on the Steam Deck. It's like, man, like, you don't notice it when you're going into the buildings, you know, that everything's loading. But you certainly in Starfield, when you have to get on your ship so much, and you have to get on, you know, I don't know. It's just, it's such a weird, like every little, you know, because you still have like when you go indoors, right? When you go in a building or whatever, but then you have it when you get on your ship, and then we have it when you dock on a space station. You have it when you land on a planet, and you have it when you get off your ship. Like, it's like, fuck, dude. Like, I can't, I can't spend this much time loading. And in Fallout, it's a lot less because you're like, you have big, you know, stretches. And there'll be stuff where it is open world, right? It'll be like, you know, encampments and stuff where you can explore, and they'll have, you know, they'll just be out in the open world. So it's cool. You don't have to load there. But if you go to like a bunker, you got to load. And then you're like, okay, I can like take that second while I open the door, because especially because on PS5 there's no load times like it is on, I'm sure, on Series S and X, right? But you get that and you're like, okay, this is a little quick load, whatever. But like Starfield has taken so long, even with, you know, good hard drives and stuff, that they gotta play the whole damn ship animation, and then they gotta play the whole like door of your ship opening animation, and they gotta play the spaceport fucking hatch opening animation, and it's like, oh, like you feel it there when you want it to, especially in a space game, you want it to be like seamless.
In the chat, Keitaro says, my sister wanted to get into Fallout 4 after watching the show. I told her simply, you don't have the time to play this. Walking everywhere is quite the time stealer.
I mean, you could fast travel.
Yeah,
like,
that show is very lenient in Fallout 4.
Yeah, it's in Fallout. Yeah, much more lenient than the older ones.
Oh yeah, I think they should play Fallout 4. It's 100% worth it. 100%.
Yeah, if you're gonna play a Fallout and you're not into Fallout, play Fallout 4.
Yeah.
No.
Like.
Oh, then play New Vegas.
And then play New Vegas. Yeah, New Vegas is the shit.
I love New Vegas.
But yeah, Fallout 4 is like, a lot of people, it was so bad. It's like, there's a lot more limitations, but it's not that bad at all.
No. I think it's bad because it came out after New Vegas. Because if you're really hardcore in a Fallout 4 is not a good Fallout. It doesn't feel like it as good as New Vegas. Yes. New Vegas understood what Fallout was. But New Vegas was also probably the jankiest of all the Bethesda quote-unquote Fallouts. So, I mean, depends on what you're after, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is the lamest of all answers.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you can't fast travel while indoors in most. Yeah, but most indoor areas are not very big.
No, they're very small. Very, very small.
Yeah, they're very small in Fallout. Like, I don't know how long it's been since you played Fallout 4, but like replaying it right now, the biggest area is like, it's like a bunker. Like one of the vaults that has like a secret bunker in it. That's probably, and even that, like after I learned it, I was like, oh, this isn't very big at all. Like, there's like a hall. You know,
there's a hall.
There's a hall. There's a couple rooms that go off, and
Bethesda games don't have massive dungeons outside of that one dungeon in Skyrim. It was effectively like the biggest thing in Skyrim, but they're not really that big. You can pretty much run through them in like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right, they're very small, but there's lots of them. That which I thought was kind of cool. I don't like really big dungeons. I like a lot of smaller dungeons with cool shit inside of it, some fun little Easter eggs or something. No, Fallout 4 is good. I think it got shit on a bit more than it deserved. It came out.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that happens. Like.
Yeah,
game,
I mean, any game that gets
really
hyped up.
Bad.
Yeah,
any game that gets super hyped. I mean, the same thing with like, is Starfield that bad? No, it's really not that bad. Is it boring? Yeah,
it's the same issue that I feel for Hellblade. Like, Microsoft made a tentpole game when it's not. It's an indie game. It's a very experimental, niche kind of game. And
well, yeah, that's one of the things with Hellblade that I knew was gonna be real bad, right? Because, like, you know, me and Tallen have talked about this multiple times. We follow gaming news on Twitter, so we get the warriors on both sides. The console warriors. And it's like, look, like, I have been very open. I am not ever gonna buy an Xbox again. I've been tempted this gen. Like, one, they got Game Pass. Two, like, the Series S was like 150 to 200 bucks this last holiday. It's like, damn, even for a thing I know I'm probably not going to use very much, that would just be like a nice thing to have in the loft if I wanted to vibe on the couches and just play Game Pass, you know? And like, I don't have to have Game Pass all the time. It's like, okay, hey, Game Pass Ultimate, like, I'm gonna do that. But like, I haven't, but at the same time, I don't want like Xbox to fail. I want them to put out good shit, and that's the whole thing, is that they're just not doing that. And it's like, and it came back to that whole thing in 2022. This was almost 2 years ago, by the way. Oh no, it was last year. I'm sorry. because it was 23 was my fault. I was thinking 22 for whatever reason. My brain is broken. They didn't release anything in 22. That was like
yeah, 22. Yeah, 22 was their dead year.
But it was like a year ago, almost to the day, where Phil went on that interview and he said, "You know, it doesn't really matter how good the games we make are. Like, we're just not going to catch up." It's like, my guy.
That's a very defeatist attitude.
That's the most defeated shit. Like, I've never heard a CEO go, "You know what? Our competition has us completely stomped in the ground. There's not really anything we can do." I'm sorry about that.
Tell that to Nintendo with the Wii U, and then they come back out winning with the Switch. Like, guess what?
Yeah.
The games. It wasn't the Switch hardware. I mean, yeah, the whole concept of a portable console is kind of cool. But I guarantee you, if Nintendo didn't have the games to go with it, wouldn't have done as well as it is.
Well, that's the thing too, though, is like, you gotta understand the Wii U had some really great games.
I was about to say, Tallen, what game are we playing right now, by the way?
A Wii U game, Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Like,
There's a lot
Wii
of
U
great
had
games
some-
for it.
Yes,
Like, it
the
wasn't
Wii
a
U
lack
had
of
some
games,
big-
it was a lack of sales of said games.
Well, and sales of the console. And the main thing is, like, right, you got to understand the Wii came out and it's like, oh, the Wii, it's fun to say, right? Like the Wii, Nintendo Wii, like, we're having fun. Cool. Even grandma can understand Wii, right?
Tallen and I were literally just talking about this
like an hour
thing.
ago.
Literally, I was referring this exact same points you were making. I said earlier.
That's amazing. See, Lemon is based today. But
No, but yeah, keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean
but
to-
yeah, but then you go like Wii U, and so they go, oh, is that like a controller? It looks like it's a controller for the Wii. Like, oh,
Yep.
so do you need that controller? No? Okay, we'll just play the Wii.
Yep.
And like, you know, we know that the Wii U is something new because we're tuned in, but
Right, but we're the minority for that.
well, yeah,
kind of
and
stuff.
and grandma and grandpa who might be buying it for little Billy or little, you know, Shelly. I don't know, are kids named Billy and Shelly anymore? Kids got weird
Billy,
names
yeah,
nowadays.
Shelly, maybe. I don't know. I don't have kids. I don't have
Jelly.
kids
I'm like,
yet.
Billy
so.
and Jelly. I'm like, who names their kid Jelly?
I just think of Shelly like Randy Marsh going, Shelly! Shelly! Like,
I thought that was America.
but yeah, like grandma, grandpa buy that, they don't fucking know. Like, if it's called the
No,
Nintendo,
they don't know. Yeah.
cool. If it's called the Super Nintendo, go, oh, Super, okay, so it's got to be better. Wii U is like, oh, okay, what the fuck does that mean? Like, you know, and it was just bad marketing, bad naming.
Yep.
And what's funny about that is Xbox didn't learn from that, because what have Xbox's last like 5 consoles names have been? It was Xbox One, Xbox One S, Xbox One X, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, and that was so bad that when the Series X and S went on sale,
People were buying the Xbox
People were buying-
One.
yeah, the One S and One X, because the naming convention didn't make any fucking sense.
Yep.
Like, dude, like, fix your, like, come on. Xbox, that's a great iconic game. Xbox 360, oh, it's gone around the world. It's better now.
Yep.
100%. I get it. Xbox One, okay, that's a downgrade from 360, but it's different. Oh, Xbox One S. Okay, what, is that different? Xbox One X. Oh, is that different? Xbox Series S, Series X. Wait, wasn't there just an X? Wait, hold on. Like, even, dude, I had trouble keeping up with that shit. I was like, wait, what? Like, what? What are your names? Like,
What was it?
cool.
The I was making our video on the news reports about how there's no line for what Microsoft will put onto other consoles and everything. And I said, yeah, don't you guys remember the Xbox One? What was it called again? I don't remember. Like the One SB or something. And our editor had to go in and be like, this is what it was, Tallen. So
Yeah, it was the One S and One X.
yeah, like I just could not remember because I was just like, I don't even remember what it did.
In Microsoft's defense, like, that's how you do it on the PC side. So it's just them being, as usual, out of the fucking loop.
Yeah, they're just out
like
of
it
touch
was with the phones.
They're out of touch. with
Just like it
gaming.
was with laptops. Out of
it's
touch
like-
in general is what they are.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so I had a nightmare scenario. I should have called Lemon. I don't have your name. But I got this new laptop. It took me 2.5 hours to figure out how to install Firefox, because Microsoft laptops at least come with this thing called S mode,
S mode.
which is god awful. It is. I think it's like short for safety mode. You can only install approved things from the Microsoft Store, and they wouldn't let me install Firefox because Edge is safer than Firefox. And I was like, bitch, excuse me? This is a fucking personal computer. I am not. I was like, I will take this shit back in the morning if I cannot figure this out. I will take this right the fuck back. I don't give a fuck. Like, and so I was like, I'll use my Steam Deck. I'll buy a fucking portable monitor and use my Steam Deck. I don't give a fuck. But like, it ended up like I got it, but I had to go through the fucking boot BIOS and turn off safe boot. And I had to do some root command line shit to hard. Yeah, I had to command line in to the, you know what I'm talking about, right? The H key stuff, Lemon, right?
Yeah.
I had to get all in there and then go and disable a bunch of shit in there. And then finally it disabled it, but it took me like 2.5 hours.
So what'd you get? Is it a Surface or is it like an actual like
it's an HP? It's just an HP laptop.
I mean, HP kind of sucks ass, but as a whole, like, no, like, because Microsoft saw what Apple's doing, like, hey, we're gonna make this shit safer, and as anyone with a MacBook, like, you can turn that shit off. You cannot, as poor Bobby has found out, it's a mother to turn that shit off on Windows.
Oh,
and it's just gonna get worse.
Yeah, what's absolutely wild to me. Like, look, I, you know, if this is, I was telling somebody, like, if this is my parents, they would not fucking know, and they'd be like,
oh, no, the average consumer's not going to know shit. They're going to be stuck using Bing and...
God, Bing. Ooh.
I won't like Bing, but Edge is not the worst browser in the world.
It's not. It's
effectively Chrome with some extra gimmicks on it. Let's just be honest.
That's what I was going to say. It's Chrome, but you get Microsoft.
It's not Firefox cool, but you know, it's not the end of the world like IE was. However, it's my fucking computer. I should be able to install whatever I goddamn
Exactly. I don't give a fuck if it's your operating system. Like,
well, no, and that I feel like it's very awesome that Steam is really pushing Linux with the Steam Deck and stuff, because that's where we're gonna have to go here really soon. Because Microsoft decided, you know what, they're gonna fuck around. They're gonna find out eventually. Even though Windows really doesn't make them money anymore. It's all in Azure and it's all on Office 365. They don't give a damn about Windows.
You know, it's wild when you think about it, because like Windows was the thing forever, right? And it's like still effectively a monopoly on the personal computing space. Like people go like, "Oh, Apple has market share." It's like, yeah, Apple has like 18%. Fuck off. Like,
it's nothing.
Fuck you. That's like the same as AMD with graphics cards. Fuck you. You know. You piece of shit, right? So like, with their operating system not being a thing, you know, it was bad because Xbox overtook it as an earner like a couple months ago, and I was like, what? I looked into it and I was like, yeah, Windows doesn't really make them money anymore.
I mean, I argue it was stayed there about a year ago. It's probably not stayed there anymore. I have a pretty bitchin' gaming computer. It cannot run Windows 11.
I thought I told you need to update your BIOS on your motherboard.
I do, but I'm not gonna goddamn update because I don't care.
I know you don't. I'm just saying. I used to have the same thing, and I had to update my motherboard for.
Wait, did you actually update it?
I did. Yes, I did because I wanted to use.
Why?
So the only reason I didn't do it for Windows 11, I still have Windows 10. I didn't upgrade to Windows 11. The whole reason I did was because I wanted to start using some features for my graphics card when the finals came out. I was trying to mix around some custom settings and everything like that. And by upgrading my BIOS, it then all of a sudden just said, hey, you can upgrade to Windows 11 if you want to. I was just like, okay. Like all of a sudden.
Next year, they're going to stop supporting Windows 10.
Yeah, I know. You and I talked about this like a month ago.
But there's no upgrade path for a lot of people. So what are they going to do?
No, it's free to upgrade.
No, but if you can't upgrade because of this whole BIOS thing, which most people, I mean, to go into the BIOS is not the most trivial of tasks. I do not expect grandma and grandpa to be able to get into it.
Oh no, so I mean, but grandma and grandpa are probably still running Vista.
Because here's the thing, they're gonna support it if you pay them, right?
Right.
They're gonna have paid upgrades for Windows 10.
I think that's more for enterprise, though. I do not think they extend that. I mean, as much as they love money, I do not think they would extend that out to, Joe Schmo.
then they got to figure out a way because they're
I think it's all talk. I don't think they're actually going to stop support, but there are these talks of they've absolutely rewritten the kernel and stuff for Windows 11, that there's talks of going to Windows 12 now. So I'm already 2 versions behind if they do that. So I don't even know. I might just go to Linux. I might just pull Mudahar and just go to Linux. I don't know.
I mean, Linux, like, using my Steam Deck, as a PC, the few times I have, I'm like, this isn't bad.
No, Linux is great. My only issue with Linux has always been just dealing with drivers and shit, but that's been mostly solved in the last 5 or so years. AMD and NVIDIA both generally play fairly nice with most mainstream Linux distros. So it's definitely not as daunting as it was, say, 10, 15 years ago. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's frustrating because like it's just Microsoft just shooting themselves. I mean, Azure makes bank, so that's all they care about.
That and the
but
cloud.
It shows so goddamn hard.
Well, now with King, they're gonna be making even more money.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to take into account that they're still losing a shitload of money.
Well, yeah, because they have the bill to pay for acquiring them in the first place.
Well, there's that, and then they have to pay for the overhead. Now, King probably doesn't have a ton of overhead, but
no.
Like Activision has a shitload of overhead.
Activision has a shit ton.
Like,
I still laugh that people think we're gonna get like Banjo-Kazooie and all that other stuff. I'm like, you guys ain't getting shit.
Not. No,
like shit. You get Call of Duty and you're gonna like it.
No, people are going like they're gonna bring out Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
They're gonna make the Tony Hawk 3 and 4. They're gonna bring out Guitar Hero. They're gonna do it like no. They're gonna make Call of Duty and make money. That's what they're gonna do. Like, I hate to break it to you, that's what's gonna happen. It sucks. I'd love to see Tony Hawk 3 and 4 remake because
I would too.
Remake were awesome.
They would. That was a great remake.
It's a great
remake.
Really
enjoyed it.
Absolutely, I loved every second. I was like, I'm not doing any of this new shit. I'm not making a skater and doing a new career. And I'm playing the game with Tony Hawk. And just finishing like the tapes and the letters and all that shit in every level, and then I'm done. I'm out. That's all I need.
Yep.
Like, I'm cool. Like, I don't need
some old school music.
Wasn't 3 and 4? Wasn't the 3-4 remake canned because they wanted to put that team onto Call of Duty?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, was it Toys for Bob?
No. It was
Vicarious Visions.
I think it was Vicarious Vision too.
Yeah.
We just got him off of Destiny. We need him on Call of Duty now.
No, it was on the Digital Gaming, which is a great video, by the way. If you haven't watched it, highly recommend it. It was a good documentary.
Yeah. One of the things, Talon, I did mean to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
What is your take on this new Stellar Blade boss rush and the uncensored outfits?
Oh god. Oh god.
Come on, Tallen, give us your 2 cents.
Okay, first off, the boss rush mode is really fun. I enjoyed beating all the bosses, as you know, by all our content that's on the channel. So I enjoyed it. It's definitely a challenge if you only played it on easy though. Lemon.
So let him enjoy his shit.
I know. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, especially in our age, playing on easy is, just something we do now. God damn, we're on this map again. But in terms, I mean, so then the extra costumes and everything, yeah, they're great. I mean, I'll say this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Stellar Blade surpassed Spider-Man 2 in terms of the amount of costumes you can get. Like,
if you count the DLC costumes, Talon.
Are there DLC? Oh yeah, there were those DLC costumes in Spider-Man technically. Okay. Fine, whatever. I don't know, but I've said it once, I'll say it again, and I'll say it multiple times. The whole uncensored shit. Like, first off, I roll my eyes at it. I just honestly roll my eyes at it because, like, go touch the grass, people. Like, seriously. But the second bit is that, and I could be wrong partly on this, but correct me if I'm wrong, but uncensored to one person in one country is going to be different to uncensored to somebody in a different country. And Stellar Blade is not made in the West. It was made in South Korea. And so something uncensored to them is going to be different to uncensored to somebody in, say, the States or Europe or anything like that. Not to mention that we don't know if something like, you know, they had something in the game, and when it got rated, or when it was going through the process of getting rated, and they said, this might make your game A, like rated A. That is going to be death for a game if you get an A rating compared to an M rating. So
it's censored in Asia though for violence.
Not anymore, not really.
I thought it was censored in Japan for violence because of decapitations and just, you know, disembowelments and stuff.
So
it's a very violent game.
So the game,
Tallen, do we have a code command? Or Dirty Rooster's asking what's the code to join?
this is just me and Lemon playing online. There's no tournament code that we're doing or anything.
Oh. Okay.
So I obviously have the Japanese version of the game. It is so the ratings is a little different over here. I mean, it's still basically the same, but the equivalent to an M rating in the States is a Z rating over here in Japan, I believe. Or no, sorry, it's a D. No, sorry, not Z. It's a D rating. Z is A, if I remember correctly.
Is that why it's called Dragon Ball Z?
I have no idea.
That's dumb. So wait, what's it rated in Japan then?
It's rated D. Yeah, this right here. Here, let me show you guys.
So it's not. So it's considered not as violent as Resident Evil then.
So
I know Resident Evil they had a censor.
It was Dead Space they censored, not Resident Evil.
No, they had a censor Resident Evil. I know. I remember hearing that because it was like the chainsaw guys. They couldn't saw off.
Hang on, Resident Evil 4 remake. I'm assuming.
Well, I think any of them.
Resident Evil censored
Japan.
Censorship Japan.
I swear I'm not making that up.
The censorship of Resident Evil. Censorship with the establishment of video game classification groups in the 1990s, yada yada. Due to the differing restrictions of Japan's CERO, Europe's PEGI, North America's ESRB, Capcom has in recent years began to self-censor its content to avoid having to undergo regional editing. List of games: Resident Evil, the original Japanese version of the game Biohazard. You have to remember, Biohazard is the name of Resident Evil in Japan. Biohazard featured a violent live-action opening film in full color. In the voiceover regarding the deaths in the forest, images of dead bodies are shown before Joseph finds a severed head in the grass. Yada yada. Okay. However, in the US and European release of the game, this was all censored. Yeah, so it wasn't censored in the original the original Japanese version was not censored. It was censored over in the States.
That's pretty un-American. Like, we love our violence over here.
Well, you have to remember back in the what people might call the good old days, the censored in Japan was what a lot of people would say uncensored in the States.
Could have sworn they had a censor, like the more modern Resident Evil.
Once this race is over, I'm on an entire list of the Resident Evil games. So once we finish this race, I can keep looking.
Okay.
Just trying to scroll with one hand and control with another is hard in Mario Kart.
Well, you can't multitask. What the hell?
So,
why are you not throwing the race for the common good of gamers?
Come on, Talon. So self-centered and narcissistic.
Jeez. Called out here and everything.
I'm busting out the big words tonight.
Wait, why does it say Mario Kart Fridays? In no country is it Friday right now.
What are you talking about?
The title of the stream is called Mario Kart Fridays.
What? No, it's not.
On my screen it says live old gen versus current gen plus Summer Game Fest E3
Oh, did
Mario
Brad?
Kart 8 Deluxe.
Oh, god damn it, Brad. Brad had changed the title because he was going to stream, and then he tried to put it back, but he must have put a really old title back. God damn it, Brad.
I was like, Talon, I know we have a time difference, but god damn.
No, because, oh my god, no, because I put the title for everything the way it was supposed to be, and friggin' Brad, man. God damn it, Brad.
Friggin' Brad.
That's funny. Oh, shit. Oh, is this Yoshi's Island?
Yeah, one of the original new maps that they made.
I have this game. I think I played it once.
I don't like Yoshi's Island. Like,
my brother's had it in his room for like 2 years.
I didn't play it back in the day because we didn't have it on Super Nintendo, but I played it, probably 5-ish years ago, and it's a game. Like it's fine.
No, the only thing people don't like that really drives people nuts about Yoshi's Island is the baby crying. Like,
it's so bad. It's so
like if you took that out, I guarantee you most people would be like, actually, that game's kind of fun. Like, because it's just that but that's so bad. It detracts from the entire experience.
It's so obnoxious.
You know what? We talked for a second about how Super Mario World is like one of the GOATs.
So, all right, I got a bit of a hot take. This might pull into my, it might blow my
he's about to pull this goddamn average down, Tallen.
I really enjoy Super Mario World a lot. It's probably my favorite 2D Mario. However, I still think DKC is better. I genuinely believe that. I really enjoy my DKC.
I think DKC is fantastic. I don't know if it's better than, in my opinion. I
think DKC 2 might edge out wording. Super Mario World. Like it just does it for me. Just the music, the vibe, the gameplay, it just does it for me.
I will say, at least once a week, just my brain goes do 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 do, and then it goes.
Okay, so Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil Outbreak, Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so Resident Evil 7 is... Oh, a village hasn't been added. Okay, so and 6 is the latest one in terms of this whole censor thing that they have here. So after the previous titles, Resident Evil 6 did not feature player decapitation. Animations instead uses trick camera work to imply decapitation.
All right, so top of Google, Resident Evil 4. However, in the Japanese release of the title over 2 weeks later, any instances of decapitation and many other brutal deaths of Leon could be suffering were removed. The censorship is still present in the Japanese version of the HD version. However, the
is this for a 4 remake?
It's literally just the top of Google.
But what Resident Evil though?
4.
The original 4 or 4 remake?
OG. It sounds like the way I'm reading this is OG 4.
Okay, the OG 4. Okay, so that was back on the GameCube days. Okay.
GameCube one, yeah.
Okay.
And then it says even in the HD releases, it's still censored. You cannot decapitate Leon Kennedy.
Okay. I don't know. It seems like they've had to do it multiple different ways for different.
It's very violent.
Yeah.
Not Dead Space violent.
Yeah. No, I know for a fact Dead Space had that whole.
Dead Space. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was censored
brutal.
here in Japan. I know that for a fact. Because then there's even that thing about how Stellar Blade wasn't censored over here in Japan in terms of the violent side of things.
Yeah, I thought it was censored for violence over there.
Not Stellar Blade, but Dead Space remake was
Dead Space, and then Callisto Protocol.
Or Callisto Protocol was as well. Yep.
It was full. No, it was full. They just didn't release it there.
So, that's right. They didn't. Yeah, Callisto Protocol they didn't release here.
I just didn't want to censor it.
I never know about not releasing games here because again, I can just go buy it on the US PSN if I need to, or the Japanese one, whichever, is wherever it's not released.
I don't. Maybe Bobby played it, but like I actually have it. I think on disc for like $20. I want to play it eventually, but it's like no one liked it, and I imagine I'm probably not gonna like it either.
I know you have to try it out. I mean.
Oh God, did I have hopes for that game?
Well, I mean, it was made by the original makers of Dead Space. That's the thing, right?
God, I love Dead Space 1 and 2. Like, I don't generally play survival horrors a whole lot. It's like the horror part. I don't like the survival part. I'm not interested in that. I want to be scared, not pissed off because I ran out of bullets.
Dead Space remake apparently is still banned in Japan. No, the remake is out. It's just censored a lot. I'll look it up in a second.
It's fucking brutal. It is just as violent, if not more so than I remember.
I'll look it up in a second. I'm 99% sure I can still get it here in Japan. If you can't, then that's just it is what it is, I guess. I think people also have a memory of how, especially back with anime and everything, where Japanese animation showed so much like blood and everything, and then it got censored over in the West a lot, and now we're almost. But then Japan has toned things down a lot since those old anime days. I can tell you that right now. Okay, so
What?
Dead Space remake.
I don't know, man. Chainsaw Man seems kind of violent.
I'm more talking about like the more mainstream stuff, like.
I mean the cool shit.
Dead Space
like Chainsaw Man
remake. No, I can buy Dead Space remake. PS5, Xbox. Yeah, I can buy it here. I can buy it in Japan. Unless, hang on, let me look at those. Hang on. Yeah, some over 18. Yeah, I can buy that. Okay. Is it banned here? I can buy it on Amazon.
The Dead Space remake is not available for purchase in Japan, according to GameSpot.
Oh, you know what it is? I can buy other versions from around the world at the normal price. Usually they jack those prices up like crazy.
Not even eligible for Sero Z or 18+ rating, the equivalent of M rating. Stellar Blade launch it. What does Stellar Blade have to do with Dead Space? GameSpot.
Because they're comparing it. That's why. That's what they're doing. They're trying to create drama online.
Oh, okay. I think it's more like Google AI shit.
But yeah, okay. So going back originally to what we were talking about, Stellar Blade, in terms of the uncensored stuff. Again, uncensored in some countries is going to be different in others. It's been that way since the dawn of time. I mean, obviously not realistically the dawn of time, but realistically, when you look at it, censorship in one country is going to be different in other countries, and it's been proven over the years. Again, look at something like the original Resident Evil, aka BioShock, right? It was not censored in Japan, and it was censored in Europe and the States. Come full swing now to 2024, and the Dead Space remake is not even sold in Japan, right? So again,
Tallen, we're not talking about violence. It's just people are down bad. All right.
Well, why? Because they can't see an extra centimeter of skin on an Android.
It's the fucking booba. People are down bad.
Well, go touch grass then. That's all I'm gonna say.
These people don't want to touch grass, Talon. They want some more booba.
So, you know, because everyone's always just like, oh, Sony does all this censorship and they've done it for years and years. And I'm like,
no, not years and years. It's not been that long. But it is. I will say it's funny though that Nintendo is more lenient than Sony.
For what? For what though? Like, give me an example. Like for what though?
There's a lot of VNs, like visual novels and stuff, that are pretty fucking pervy over here.
Dude, I live in Japan. Like, that's normal. That's a normal Tuesday over here.
I know that. I literally was about to say that. It's more of an American thing. Like, we generally don't get that kind of shit.
Right. Okay. Here. So, yeah.
There's literally a game on Nintendo called Hentai Quest. So, like, again.
Well, guess what, Wes? Just make a Japanese PSN and boom, you can probably find it.
It's more of a case of just Nintendo's more lenient. I don't think Nintendo knows about it.
I was saying, Nintendo probably doesn't even know about it, to be perfectly honest.
Nintendo just like, fuck it. Just put out whatever game you want out. Just give us our cut.
Exactly.
They don't moderate at all on their store. And they also don't give a shit about their store because it's so slow.
The moment I started seeing that, you know, when the developer of Stellar Blade came out and said, look, the game is uncensored. From that moment on, you should know already that the uncensored of whatever that final product is, right, of that particular game is going to be different than your standard of uncensored, right? And I know people are going to automatically start saying that, you know, well, if you have the physical version of the game and you don't update to the update 1.01 or something like that, right? Then like the skin shown at particular parts is like a centimeter to the left or something, like, which, by the way, get help if you're that kind of person doing that type of thing.
Damn, Talon, that's not very nice of you to say.
I don't give two shits, dude. I don't give two shits. Man. Go touch the fucking grass. Jesus. So I know people are going to say that and everything, but if that was the original design of how it was drawn, that it had to have that extra bit of clothing, or, you know, the costume was to the left a bit instead of to the right, then guess what? That's what it was. That's their original way of looking at it. You know, now, could that have not been the case? And it would have been like, look, if you don't put this extra centimeter of clothing on this particular part right here, you're going to get the next rating up, which could kill sales. you know, they're gonna be like, all right, well, F it, we'll take a centimeter off then, or move a centimeter this way or something like that. Then guess what? That's what they're gonna do.
I guess it depends more on the region, but at least in the United States, no, they'd be fine. There's nothing Slowbit could do that would bump it to A.
But this is already
that
going back to
GTA
that
has not already done.
Right, but this goes all the way back to the Biohazard / Resident Evil thing, right? Where people, or where companies and publishers, they don't want to have all these different versions of the game. They just want to make the game and sell it, especially in today's age. That's what they want to do.
Sure, but as a whole, like, outside of America, violence is very much frowned upon.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, also,
I'm
again
genuinely
goes
surprised
back.
Snowblade was allowed to be sold uncensored in Japan. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, considering the fact that Sony, you know, got the deal with them and helped them out a lot with the game, I'm not really that surprised.
Sure, but Sony, it's very clear, has their eye on the West, not Japan. They don't give a shit about the country anymore.
Well, they're trying to change that from what I've been seeing.
But they haven't been.
Well, that's because they literally just changed CEOs. So I mean,
sure, that's what I'm getting. Like up till now, they really have been focusing on the West, which I don't blame. From a money standpoint, it makes perfect sense. Vastly bigger market, and a market they're doing very well in.
Not to mention the dollar to the yen right now.
Well, I mean, if we want to start talking stonks, like, we can, but I didn't think you wanted to.
Not particularly, no.
Invest.
The whole point to my thing, though, is that censorship in one country is going to be different from another. So you know what? If you're going to complain about an inch of skin not being shown, when you heard the word uncensored, yet uncensored in the home country that the game was made in is different, suck it up. That's all I'm going to say. Or you know what? They're looking to make a PC version. So just wait for the PC version and then go ahead and make your mods, and you can sit in your room with no lights on and make sure the door is locked so your parents don't come in, and have your fun. That's all I'm going to say.
At 47, by the way.
There's age means nothing.
Hey, Blue Man, how's it going? How is it going? So I don't know, Bobby, if you came in and heard my little rant there at the end, but those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts on the end of that.
Yes, I heard.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's those people are,
down bad.
Down tremendous.
And you know, and Lemon, how you were saying like you're surprised that the game was even sold here in Japan. It has been sold out in Japan.
No, it sold very well. I'm just saying it's a very violent game. It's a lot more violent than I was expecting, which I'm not complaining about. I was about shocked is all, because I looked on the back of the box, just blood and gore. Mm-hmm. But there's actual strip dismemberment and stuff. I'm like, that's kind of violent for just blood and gore.
I mean, I'm
a weirdo who really enjoys looking at ESCP descriptors, though. So what do I know?
Because I'm trying to think like obviously there's dismemberment to a degree, and there's like literally her taking her sword and dragging it through enemies to finish off bosses and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like when you do that, like the entire screen and area is covered in nothing but pools of blood or something like that.
So. Again, though, I don't know. When I see dismember, I think, instant M rating Gears of War. But you're kind of right. There really isn't that much blood involved in it. It's more just dismember it, which...
Right.
I mean, we had that with, was it Star Wars Force Unleashed? Probably both of them, 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah, no.
They're both T-rated.
Exactly.
So,
there's just no blood.
And it wasn't just droids. These strips lopping off limbs of stormtroopers.
The amount of stormtrooper arms flailing around everywhere,
that was kind of violent now I think about it. But I don't know, I'm a weirdo. I've always been thoroughly fascinated by ratings of games and stuff. Just like what makes what game T-rated versus M, and then
that game might be different in other countries based on their ratings and everything like that.
It's a very fascinating subject, all things considered. It's very boring. I mean, from the top down, but
the average person doesn't give two shits about it. They just want to play a game and make head go.
But it's still interesting all the same.
speaking of boring topics that the average person may not care about, but I personally found super interesting, that Twitter thread that I sent you, Lemon.
Oh, I thought you were going to start talking about the S&P. God damn it, Tallen.
We all know Tallen really keeps up on the S&P.
I know.
That's what he's known for.
Do you know what the S&P is, Tallen?
Nope.
You probably shouldn't. You were out of the country anyway. I'm sure it affects your livelihood all the same. S&P's kind of a big fucking deal.
It affects everybody's livelihood.
Yep. Sorry, Todd. I didn't mean to interrupt. What were you gonna say?
So that thread, that long Twitter thread that I sent you,
yep.
That starts off with the ex-business president or something like that of Square Enix. Like, he doesn't work there anymore. Really giving us a ton of insights when it comes to why game development is so expensive now, or why prices have gone up so much. I want to just kind of get your raw thoughts and opinions on it, because again, as for us who follow this type of stuff, right? Like, a lot of it isn't necessarily like mind-blowing, but the mind-blowing part to me personally was that second retweet that I sent you about how he talked about, you know, exclusivity and why it happens, because he delved a little bit into, like, you know, the whole platform cuts and everything, whether it's on console or Steam or Epic or anything like that. But then goes into why somebody would do an exclusivity, because it's like, yeah, you don't make as much money as you want, but guess what? You're not taking a loss, right? Yeah. So I want to get your overall thoughts and opinions on it. And for those who don't know, I'm going to post this in the chat for everybody right now. Go check this thread out. It's really cool. It's really cool. In my opinion.
You're interested in any like business of any sort, not just in video games, not just in computers, but just in business in general, it's a very fascinating read.
Yeah.
When I was reading that second tweet though about exclusivity and like why someone would do it, about the paybacks and stuff, it read to me like a bond, in the same sense of like when you buy U.S. bonds or any kind of bonds, it's a safe bet kind of thing.
Right.
It's the absolute lowest of low. You never want to just go all in on bonds. As a investing tip, you go into bonds when you don't want to invest. Like, it's the safest, but it's the lowest income.
You're gonna get like 2.5%.
It's slightly better than a money market. You're not gonna make much money on it. But the way I read the tweet was that it was effectively the video game investment equivalent of a bond, and that Sony, and framing this into Square Enix, it was almost a bond into Square Enix, where they were going to make money and you're going to get money back, but the ROI is very low.
Yeah.
To Square Enix's part, and just about how, you know, it was a very interesting read about how everyone like herp derp, nothing Square Enix ever does is ever good enough for them. I think it's a very fascinating read. I think you should definitely read it, but I think it's almost I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. It's a failure on management's part, in the sense of they keep making these gambles that don't pay off. And that, I think it's funny enough, Tallen, the third one you sent me, I think resonated the most. In that investing, or, you know, being a publisher in video games is an art, not a science. And this tweet series, I'm not sure, what do you call a string of tweets? A series? Okay, thread. It was a very long period of time. We're talking, because it was 2015, I think they were talking
2015
like
to 2022, or as he called it, the
very long period of video games.
Pre-Fortnite, essentially. Yeah.
It's a very different world.
It is. Oh, it's very different now compared to.
So it's very easy to throw Square Enix under the bus for this, for how bad they did with 2015 up till now. I think they're just now finding their legs, which is good. Because God knows we need more solid publishers at this point.
Well, I think a big part of it too, right, is it just they took so much loss on investing in such stupid shit for so long.
Yeah.
Like, that cannot be understood. Like, that thread was very interesting, but really, like, a lot of it was just the last president or CEO, whatever he was, investing in NFTs, investing in just fucking projects that got canceled or just did not work at all.
Yep. No, and that was in their investor call, right? All those canceled projects that they had.
Yeah, it's like 150 million, right?
Yeah, something like that. It was like 150 million in lost projects. It was just like, Jesus.
Yeah. I would argue, though, that is how you did business back in those years, though.
Back then.
Any publisher was doing the same bullshit.
Well, sure, but like they didn't do that on top of spending money to put out products that weren't gonna go very far, right? Didn't they put out Guardians? Was that them?
Yeah, they published it. It was made by one of their American teams that they used to have.
So put yourself in the shoes of the head honchos of Square Enix. They had Final Fantasy and they had Dragon Quest.
Yep.
They need to expand to the West. Dragon Quest never took off here.
No.
And Final Fantasy was on the decline. They needed to branch out, to grow. As a corporation, and this is across the board, regardless of industry, you have to keep growing or your ass is grass. Yep. The shareholders will vote you out.
Unfortunately, yes.
How would you grow Square Enix? In 2015, how would you think to best grow Square Enix?
NFTs.
NFTs was the money printer. I'm not saying NFTs were at any point anything less than snake oil.
We're a money printer for like 6 months.
Shit, a lot of people just left.
What the fuck?
Did you get
an error occurred? Please try again. If the prompt says please try before a system update. What the fuck?
Oh, wow. Now it says you're back in here again. Or maybe it put you as a computer. I don't know what just happened.
Absolutely destroyed.
No, that is some Nintendo Online bullshit right there.
Yes.
I've never gotten.
And it's it's actually very, what I find very interesting, because you are absolutely correct, Lemon, in terms of like back during 2000. Take us back to 2015, right? I mean, unless you weren't alive then, or you were a very young kid.
You're looking at Destiny,
right?
Doing really well.
Right. You're looking at Destiny. You're looking at Fortnite, all that stuff, right? Obviously, you're gonna.
Fortnite was not around yet.
Oh yeah, Doug.
Pre-Fortnite.
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty,
which is still like basically a live service.
Right. So any kind of live service or things you could throw microtransactions into. Loot boxes were still a thing back then. Right, you are absolutely correct. Trying to hit the bigger market or the younger kids that are going to be coming of age eventually, right? Because that's what your hope is, that you can hook them and keep them coming back for years upon years, essentially, right? You're absolutely correct on that. But it is interesting that they made that note or there was that article saying that Final Fantasy 16 resonated with a lot of younger kids, surprisingly. So
it was a good game.
It was a good game. But it's funny because seeing the comments and quote tweets and everything from that particular thread that I sent you, everyone's just go back to the turn-based side. I'm like, guys, if that's not making them the money. That is
the exact reason why Square Enix was in such a precarious position in 2015. Why they felt compelled to do the shit they did. I mean, it's super easy to chuck that CEO under the bus. Super easy. It's literally armchair CEOs could do that shit, right? It's all on hindsight. They didn't know, one, the NFTs wouldn't pan out, but moreover, they need to grow Square Enix. Full stop. Final Fantasy wasn't going to do it. Dragon Quest wasn't going to do it. Their AA games weren't going to do it. Let's try expanding to the West. Let's try IDOS. Let's try Tomb Raider. Let's try Deus Ex. They were going for anything that would help them grow. So I can't fault them too much.
Go ahead, Bobby.
I was going to say, here's what's weird to me is right now they have, what's the stupid phone? Ever Crisis?
Ever Crisis, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, with Ever Crisis, it's like, just invest, like, and I know it's much easier said than done, right? But here's the thing with mobile. And as I've been saying this about Sony too, it's just like, just do more focus on mobile, because mobile is the biggest market. It has extremely low overhead because you need like a team of 50 to work on a mobile game, and you can make a fuck ton of money. Like you could just make all the money, like more money than Jesus.
Well, I guarantee you they're going to be doing that with Ever Crisis, because even in their statement they said, Ever Crisis didn't grow or didn't make the profit that they wanted You also have to look
that's
at
my thing though. Is when people go, well, you can't say it's that. It's like, okay, how much? Like, let me know how much Ever Crisis made. And like, well, we were expecting a profit of 200 billion, and it only made
one thing,
GDP of most of Europe. What?
Yeah. No. So two things. So two things when it comes to that though. First off, is Ever Crisis has done well. It's their other. It's their. I believe there's another mobile game. I think it's a Dragon Quest one. In fact, that has not been doing well. So that's been hurting them in terms of that particular area, right? But
these are old franchises. Why not? Why would you not do a new one?
A new what? Dragon Quest Mobile or what?
No, a new mobile.
Dragon Quest is old for old people. Final Fantasy is now for old people. Like,
right. But seven Ever Crisis is seven Ever Crisis is doing well. It is. It's the Dragon Quest one that was not doing well
as other Japanese mobile games.
I mean, are you comparing it to actual games, or are we comparing this to a baseball game that is literally overtaking
I'm
the entire
comparing
country?
it to, like, say, Fate Stay Night. I'm comparing it to Shadowverse. I'm comparing it to any. I think it was Shadowverse. Shadowverse,
I don't know.
TCG.
Hell, Tallen is it stacking up to Dokkan? You know about Dokkan?
Yeah,
dude, I don't follow Dokkan anymore.
No, not anymore. But you know how much money that made years ago.
It makes billions. It makes billions from my knowledge.
Yeah.
So no, it's not to my knowledge at least.
That's my point. Like, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest are for old farts. It's not relevant to younger people anymore.
Well, I think that's
why
why
Square Enix needs to figure out.
Well, keep them. I mean, I will give them a little slack. Ever Crisis has only been out for 6 months, so
literally all day.
But Ever Crisis was based on the game that came out 20 years ago, Talon. Like, again.
Yeah, like, you know what they could do is they could just use an IP and do Honkai, right? Where you got like a gacha. That's
they do have gacha though. That whole game is gacha.
I know it is, but it's like but again, it's like Lemon saying, Final Fantasy VII is 7 years old?
No.
Yeah, Final Fantasy. Yeah, it is because part 3 will be out at the 30th anniversary most likely.
Yeah, so like, who's playing on a mobile phone knows that shit? I don't play on a mobile phone.
I see okay, again, I'm in Japan, so I'm not the normal.
You can't.
But I see people playing Ever Crisis on their phones all the time in the trains here.
There's like,
are they playing more than like Fate Stay Night and stuff though? Like, at the end of the day, it's an old person's game on a franchise that's been well, no, 7, like you said, is 27 years old. It's very old, even in the franchise. That is for old people.
Imagine they ask again for the rights to Avengers after their spectacular failure with the Avengers game. But they go, hey, look, we're going to make a gacha. It's going to be like Honkai Star Rail, except it's going to be Avengers. And we're going to have it so there's like plot line, like Avengers comic plot lines.
You really think they'd be able to do that though? Because I mean, there's that.
Are you serious?
Well, no, because there's already a gacha Avengers game out right now.
What's that?
Does it print money?
I'm pretty sure it does. I see it all the time. It's that card game. It's that card game.
That's not Avengers though. That's Marvel.
Which last I checked, the Avengers are literally part of Marvel. So
yeah, no.
Hey, Pins, how's it going?
Though.
Yes, TCG. Yes, thank you. That's all.
But I feel like it's Square Enix at the end of the day, just kind of having their comeuppance. They're realizing that they didn't innovate for the past 15 odd years, and this is what happens. They're not relevant anymore.
See, this is
for a bunch of old people.
This is why I always talk my shit about Nintendo and about how y'all can talk. I'm not saying you guys, but anyone who talks shit about Nintendo does not know how gaming works. Because like they'll be like, oh, releasing Paper Mario 1,000 your door, charging full price for it. Yeah, that game's 20 years old. How many people have never played it? Who are going to hear about it from people who have played it and love it and say, oh, it's just one of the best things ever. You got to play
this guy. You're literally describing me right now.
And there you go, right? That's what I'm saying.
And that's what the remake of 7 is supposed to be, right?
Well,
yes, yeah. No, but because you're losing a lot of old school fans by changing so much up.
And the problem is, as someone who did not play 7 at all until probably about 5 years ago and really didn't care for it, I don't care about Final Fantasy 7. Like, I think it's cool, I think it's interesting, but it's not like Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, right? It's not a self-contained game, right? Like, I know that XYZ person dies, spoilers, because I guess it's a thing now, because they don't, it's forever and a day ago, and for some reason they didn't realize this person dies, but it's not doing it for me. And I cannot imagine people younger than me like, yeah, let's go play some Final Fantasy VII Remake. Again, I do not think Square Enix is on a good path, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know any person who's not like 32 and up who's genuinely interested in the 7 remake.
Put Cloud into Fortnite. That will make it relevant again.
That would, yes, believe it or not. Or
100%.
Put out a Final Fantasy VII, like, they did, what was the movie? Advent Children. Like, put out just a show or like a 3-part thing like they did with Fallout. You just put out something like that and people watch it and go, oh shit, I gotta play this now.
Yeah,
they could.
That's what happened.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah,
Like,
it'd probably be an animation, but yeah, I could see. Yeah, that could easily.
That's fine to make it an animation.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, like, Tallen, here's one of the things that you gotta understand. You're surrounded by people who have completely different interests than what Square Enix is actually like aiming for.
Oh, I know. Square's trying to aim for the West right now. And
Yeah, they do, and that's cool. Like I know Lemon earlier said way bigger market, and he's right. Like that's why Square's smart to aim for the West, but now they're kind of in this middle ground with like the 7 remake stuff. But that's also why 16 did so well, is because it was so westernized.
It's effectively Game of Thrones.
It's Game of Thrones. Like it's European as fuck. Like
funny enough, 16 is actually more relatable to the older Final Fantasy, the 1 through 6 era. Final Fantasy.
Which, by the way, remake Final Fantasy 6 for fuck's sake.
The rumor right now is they're remaking 9 to my
cowards. Do it.
Yeah, remaking 9 would be very, very cool.
That'd be cool too, though.
That's the rumor right now, that they are in the process of doing that.
The thing they need to do with it is they need to scale that shit back and make it like Octopath, or
That's the rumor I heard.
Like you could way
scaled back compared to 7.
Yeah, because 7, like remake and rebirth they're brilliant. I think they're fantastic, but let's be real here. They're too niche for like the time and money they're spending on them.
100%.
So like I feel like they need to go full bore. They can't like back off of part 3 now. They can't. Like after Rebirth, especially because Rebirth is so goddamn good. Like they cannot pull the gas back and be like, well, we can't spend as much and put as much time and energy.
The good thing about I'm just gonna call part 3 right now because we don't know what the name is. But the good thing about part 3 is 2 things. One, they're at least keeping the team from Rebirth, so they don't have to teach a shit ton of stuff. And 2 is that
that's important.
All that stuff in Rebirth, right? Like the world itself and everything. A lot of that is just literally going to be taken, lifted, and put into 3 in terms of like the world, because you're going back to Junon, you're gonna go to these other places. So they don't, at least that stuff, it's made now, right?
Absolutely.
So,
and it's like when they said part 3 was. Didn't they say that, like, hey, we're aiming for it to be in about 3 years?
Yeah, it's gonna be in about 3 years, because they got part 2 done, aka Rebirth, within 3 years, and like over a half of one of the years was making that integrate DLC for remake part 1. So yeah, they're gonna be fine in terms of doing that. I think they can easily keep on target. And again, it's most likely still under PlayStation's exclusivity contract, so Sony's helping pay for a lot of that stuff. Are they going to make as big a profits? No, and obviously that's where why they're going to go on to more multi-platform stuff. But I guarantee you that the whole remake project stuff, that's under contract stuff. That can't get just thrown under the bus or anything. That's going to continue on, and then after that, whatever Final Fantasy 17 is or whatever, right? They're most likely going to look at what 16 did right and go from there. It would be my guess, at least for the mainline stuff. For a remake of 9, right? They could scale back and do more of an Octopath Traveler style thing where it is more what's the word I'm looking for? Turn-based combat and everything. They could do that. It all just depends on how big they're gonna go, essentially, right? Because one thing that was mentioned in that Twitter thread from the guy who used to work at Square and everything, he talked about how Square has to go full into Final Fantasy unless they're also on the side able to make a brand new IP and people give it a chance, even if it turns out to be a 6 out of 10 game, for example. But in this day and age, most people don't buy a 6 out of 10 game to support the developers. They just don't. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there, I would say.
I would say I agree to that.
Hot take. We need less Final Fantasy, more Dragon Quest. Where's my 13 at?
Well, I mean, 12 is still being 12 or 13 is still being worked on. It's still being worked on. It's not dead.
Allegedly, but I guess they're running into issues. But
no, they'll keep making Dragon Quest because that is what keeps them rooted to their Japanese.
Which I prefer Dragon Quest over Final Fantasy at this point. Like I really enjoyed the last one they put out. I guess it wouldn't be 13. I guess it'd be 12.
Is 12?
Because 11.
13 is the one they're working on right now.
One.
Or 11? I can't.
11 was the last one that came out.
Yeah.
So
and you know what? And that
12 is
and a lot of
meant.
people are saying like it's also the whole number thing, right? For Final Fantasy, some people believe that they need to get rid of the number thing because when you hear Final Fantasy 16, you're like, wait, I gotta go play 15 more games before I can play 16.
I will say they're probably better off saying Final Fantasy than subtitle at this point.
Well, I mean, if you're saying subtitle though, like it feels like
a side game.
You know, it feels like a side game because of how they've established that now.
Yeah,
because like if it is subtitle, it's a side game. Like, and even then, you sometimes get Final Fantasy 7 Crisis Core. Like,
yeah, but you also like 13-2,
13-2, 13-3. There was the Final Fantasy Origins, was it?
No, it was 13-2, and then it was Lightning Returns.
That's what. So 13-3 wasn't called 13-3, just called Lightning Returns. Yeah.
Right.
So
but then, what was that one that came out before 16? That Final Fantasy.
Strangers of Paradise.
Strangers of Paradise, right?
That's its own thing, though. That's
right.
not really a numbered sequel to anything.
No. I know. It's not.
Okay,
I'm just saying to go off of the whole subtitle thing or whatever.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
No, they've already that train's left the station. I'm not saying that they could really go to that. Now, I just kind of, in hindsight, wish that was the case.
You really want the hot take? Remake Final Fantasy VIII, cowards.
8. I
know. Brain would love that.
With the junction system.
That is the hottest take of the night, I think.
No,
Lemon, let's leave and go join a new server.
All right, actually, in that sense, I'm going to take a bath and bake then.
Go ahead.
I really wish this game had longer.
One thing that's interesting. Go ahead, Lemon. Go ahead. But one thing I will say though is that whatever the next mainline Final Fantasy game is, I think they're gonna take. They're 100% gonna go with either the system from the remake trilogy, you know, that combination of real-time action with slowing down potentially, or still go mostly just action-based essentially, because again, with the success that they've seen from the remake and the N16, right, in terms of the combat, not necessarily anything else, just those particular areas. Regardless of what the reviews say or what scores people gave, everyone agreed the gameplay was fun, right? 16, obviously a lot of people still said they missed not having the RPG systems in there, but the combat itself got really fun over time. So anyone hoping for the next big mainline Final Fantasy game to go purely stand there and turn-based combat, I don't think it will.
There's no question it won't. Like, because it's like Lemon said, like so many people resonated with 16. Mm-hmm. And a big part of that was just like, it's action, it's fast.
Yeah. And it was, like, and they're younger, and the younger generation too, and the younger players.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And for me, like even going like from 16, because I played 16 last year and then I'm playing Rebirth this year, I'm like, Rebirth's a little slower than 16.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is.
It, right?
And there's a lot more depth to the combat. I mean, again, we've seen it in our videos where people are like, the second boss is super hard and everything. you know, so
because you got to really like finesse the boss.
Yeah, you got to finesse the boss. You got to make sure you're using particular elements against its tail. You got to make sure you're avoiding certain attacks with the environment. And it's like in 16 you don't have to do that. So, so
you know what I really want, Tallen?
What?
Horizon Forbidden West on PC.
I thought you got it on PC.
No. If I got anything, I'd probably get Ghost of Tsushima just because I haven't finished it, and man, that would be pretty to see on an ultra wide.
I wanna get Ghost of Tsushima on PC, but I'm not gonna buy it yet until I know I can actually start it up right now. And since we have a week until Final Shape, I'm just like, there's no point in buying it right now.
We got Final Shape and then Elden Ring.
Yep.
And then, yeah.
So I think it might be a July purchase for me. But
you might get a good deal on it. Steam Summer Sale.
Yeah, I could. I mean, even if it's only $20 off, I'll take it. Especially because the yen and everything. So.
Yep.
But I want to wait for Lemon to come back because I want both your guys' opinions on. Did I send you the re-quoted answer tweet about exclusivity, taking that risk and everything, and why they wouldn't do it? I think I did. I think you did. Remind me though. So basically, so you couldn't reply to that thread of tweets unless he followed you or something or whatever the case was. But obviously everyone was quote tweeting it, and he happened to reply to a question asking, does Square have to pay back Sony all of the money that they give them for the exclusivity before finally getting profit themselves? Why would Square do that to themselves? And then he laid out the 3 types of exclusivity. Based on like half payments of paying them back, full payments, and then no payment back or something like that. And he said that he wouldn't be surprised if Square and Sony have a deal basically where Sony ponies up all the money to help with said game, and even if the game does bad, Square isn't out any money or anything like that. But if the game does well, they are able to pay Sony back fully. And they also are up, $1 million as an example that he used. And that right there, to me, when I looked at that, I said, yeah, people keep asking, why do they keep doing exclusive? Why do people do exclusivity? It's that comboed with the fact of, platforms like Steam and PlayStation and Xbox taking 30%, I believe, and compared to something like the Epic Game Store. And then I even used in the video coming out, talked about Alan Wake, how it went to the Epic Game Store over Steam, and somebody over at the Alan Wake 2 team was like, okay, Remedy, do we get the bigger player base on Steam but have to take the 30% cut for each copy, or do we take a less percent cut from Epic? And most likely Epic also paid them some money.
No, Epic funded a lot of that game. That's why it's on Epic.
Exactly.
They're a publisher.
Right.
Yeah, they're the publisher.
So every time I see people now saying, why would they do that? There's the reason, literally right there, laid out in front of you. So what are your personal thoughts on all that stuff? And by the way, beforehand, Super Wario Gaming, welcome to the channel, man. Thank you so much for subbing to the channel. Much appreciated.
We appreciate you.
Wario's a cool character. Good job.
Wario is a cool character.
Okay, so just to reiterate the question is, what are our thoughts on the fact that Square is ending exclusivity because their deals aren't working out well enough for them?
Well, so I guess my personal thought is, you already know my personal thought, but to ask you guys, first off, does it make sense? I mean, I'm assuming yes, it makes sense as to why certain, not only just Square, but again, looking at people like the people who made Alan Wake 2 and everything, why they would do exclusivity on either certain platforms or why they would just do it in general. Do you think, I mean, we all know obviously exclusivity is not going to die or anything, but with Square now coming out saying they're going to go full exclusivity, right? Do you think they're going to go actual full exclusivity, or do you think it's going to, or multi-platform, I should say, sorry. Is Square going to go full multi-platform, or do you think they're going to do a thing where, like, let's just say Final Fantasy 17, for example, right? They release it on PlayStation, obviously, somehow get it on the Switch too, and they put it on the Epic Game Store at first, and then it goes to I'm not blinking. Can't drive and think at the same time. I know, right? I'm that good, right? I can't even think anymore right now.
The DLC card.
Then it goes to Steam. Then it goes to Steam.
Then it goes to Steam because again of that 30% cut that Steam would take and everything. Or do you think they'll just simply go all multi-platform, all day one, every platform regardless? What are your thoughts on that?
Lemon, would you like to go first?
I'll go first then. I think that, well, I have two thoughts. So I think it is in Square Enix's best interest to go multi-platform, insofar as well, let me rephrase that. I think it is in Square Enix's best interest to, if someone throws them money to do something, I think they should do it. I don't understand Sony, why they would want to do exclusivity, but I feel like that's a different question. I don't want to dilute your question. I think it is in Square Enix's best interest to go multi-platform, not PlayStation, Xbox, but PlayStation, PC/Xbox, if that makes sense. I don't think it's in their best. I don't think Xbox is even in the equation anymore. And
it's not
exactly. In the whole Epic thing, if Epic throws money at Square Enix to go exclusive, I think they should do it. I don't think that they, at the end of the day, if someone throws money at you to do something, I think I think it's a good idea on their part, because it's free money. Because there is a timed amount. There's an amount of time. Phrase that. There's an amount of time that the game has to be exclusive. I don't think there's any baked-in deals now outside of straight-up second-party, developers, which is pretty rare these days, that aren't allowed to go, to put their games out on different consoles after a set period of time. So I think that's in their best interest. I don't think that from Sony's standpoint, they should be doing exclusives anymore from Square Enix. I don't think that benefits them. It benefits Square Enix, but does not benefit Sony.
Right. Because they pay them the money up front, right? And unless the game really takes off, then
exclusive to whom is what I've always never understood, because it's not Xbox. They don't need to worry about them. No, Microsoft shot themselves in the foot about 5 years ago.
Yeah,
but it wasn't Xbox. Them. Don't worry about PC, I guess.
Square games never sell well on Xbox. I mean, heck, they got Tomb Raider on their exclusive, and then, 3 months later, they just put it onto PC, and PC
you can make the argument that they used to sell, but Game Pass really shot themselves in the foot. Yeah. I think Game Pass was a very interesting idea, but it was an absolute Hail Mary, because they had nothing going to this generation, and they said some crazy shit, which was Game Pass, and it's paying off for certain people, but for the majority, it's very much effing them over. And that's the nicest way of putting it. So
have Final Fantasy games ever, or have Square games ever sold well on Xbox? I mean, even 15, which was considered the most popular Final Fantasy game, that sold the least on Xbox.
You gotta remember, with Xbox, they really they cemented their base with Halo and Gears. Yeah. And after that,
that's it right there.
And after that, it was like there was there were some great JRPGs on 360, but they didn't sell that great, which is why they stopped investing in them. Because they're like, oh, well, Halo makes us a shitload of money, Gears makes us a shitload of money. Why are we going to invest in these JRPGs? They're like, yeah, the people who love them, but they sell 900,000 copies. Who cares? It's again, it comes down to Microsoft being Microsoft and looking at the bottom line. Yeah. Now with Square, I mean, Sony at this point is locked in for that third game. They have to be. I don't see how they're not.
Oh no, that stuff has most likely been locked down already. Yeah.
Yeah, Final Fantasy
remake part 3. Yeah.
But I actually agree with Lemon. This is another based ass Lemon take this evening.
Lemon's having some takes.
outside of that, how is this benefiting Sony anymore? Because Square's not delivering the way they should, right? And it's not that they're making bad games. They are. It's just they're not getting people excited about them.
Oh, their marketing is terrible. They're not selling
consoles.
Their marketing is terrible.
What is Sony gaining by funding Final Fantasy at this point?
Well,
they have no concern with Xbox anymore. So is it Steam they're concerned about?
Yeah, but they sell on Steam. So
they do still. Well, so
but are they
one thing,
concerned though that it would cost them PS5 sales? Because that to me in my mind is the only thing they could potentially worry about.
the thing that's costing that, and this is part of the, excuse me, the thing that Tallen was talking about earlier with the whole thread of exclusivity and all this, and the title, old gen versus current gen. So many people are not upgrading because Call of Duty Warzone is on PS4 and Fortnite is on PS4 and Minecraft is on PS4 and Roblox is on PS4. And like, we know those games take up take up something like 45% of gamers' time is those like 6 games. There's like 6 games that take up like 50% of gamers' time.
It's only those games. Yep.
And it's like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
And you know, I've been saying this for years. Fortnite absolutely destroyed the game industry. It did.
Yep.
Like, think about Fortnite came along. Like, look, Fortnite. I don't remember if I have it, but I tweeted out in 2017 because Fortnite came out and it was a weird tower defense fucking PvE thing. It came out and I remember some Destiny people playing it. Like, oh, that looks interesting. Looks like it could be fun, but no, maybe I'll check it out later. And yeah, then I never heard anyone talking about it anymore. So Epic looked at it and was like, we spent a ton of money and resources and all this shit making this game and this engine and all that, and we're kind of boned. And then PUBG came out. And they looked at PUBG and were like, wait, that shit is printing money right now. How can we do that? And they did the swiftest and most insane pivot of all time. The biggest gamble pivot I think anyone has probably ever made.
And it worked.
And it paid off and destroyed the game industry.
Yep.
All at the same time, because since then, everything has seasons and everything has battle passes and it has cosmetics that you can buy and that's the way the industry works now, because Fortnite found the infinite money glitch. And
also helps that they can literally put any other franchise in their game as well.
Well, yeah, because they have so much money now from that game.
Yep.
Like, so they can go, hey, Microsoft, like Fallout's a big TV show now. Let's put Fallout in. And Microsoft goes, well, yeah, you know, you gotta pay us like part of those skins and stuff, but sure.
Yep.
Because that's good promotion for Fallout.
Yeah, I mean, and they put every anime in it. They put cartoons in it. You know, they put Marvel Avengers stuff in it. So I mean,
and let's be real. I barely play Fortnite, but I logged in to buy those goddamn Vegeta and Goku skins, and I logged in to buy the Spider-Man skins, and I logged in to buy the Futurama skins. Like, they have the infinite money glitch, and everybody has been chasing it for 7 years now. And that's why
mostly
we see
failing.
Live services. Mostly failing. There have been some things that have come along that have, you know, nothing has. I still don't think anything in the BR space has really challenged Fortnite.
No, nothing.
But I think some notable competitors have come along. I mean, Apex, right? I hate Apex, but people like Apex.
I hate Apex because it took away from Titanfall.
Yeah, like I like arena shooters. I think battle royales are just fucking boring at this point. And if I'm gonna play a battle royale, I'm gonna play Fortnite. You know, like, I'm not gonna play Warzone. Fuck that. Like, and that's the thing with Call of Duty too. Like, Call of Duty now, they have Call of Duty, and that's what they just announced. Oh yeah, it's gonna be on PS4, Xbox One. And so you're like, oh, I don't need to buy anything. When the year, okay, first of all, if it happens at the end of next year, 2025, you'll see a lot of uptick in next gen just for GTA.
Yeah, for GTA 6.
100%.
Yeah,
you'll see a ton. You'll be like, oh, and this is gonna be like, that's gonna be right the time, like a month before that, Microsoft's gonna be like, okay, we're ending production of the Xbox Series consoles. And
no, so do you guys listen to Spawncast, or you know Spawnwave channel?
Absolutely, yeah. I love Spawnwave.
So I love Spawncast. I was catching up with their podcast. They're talking about how the alleged PS5 Pro potential would be out during the GTA 6, about how the massive uptick in next gen consoles.
Yes,
when GTA comes out.
Yeah, there's going to be an insane uptick.
Is now going to be, are they going to buy a GTA 5, a PS5 or a PS5 Pro?
Yep.
That's the big thing.
Yep.
But to your original point about Fortnite, though, I remiss to say this. I feel like an asshole saying this. However, at some point, do you ever consider maybe it's just an old man yelling at clouds kind of situation? That just the industry as a whole is changing from what it was 5-6 years ago.
Well, no, it is, and it's because of Fortnite.
Yeah, like 100%. But is it a bad thing? Is it not just the world's changing, or you say the industry as a whole is going towards a negative path due to Fortnite?
I look at it the same. Like, you were just talking about Game Pass, Lemmy. I look at Fortnite the exact same way.
I think Fortnite is vastly less detrimental than Game Pass.
I don't think so. I think Fortnite
You think Fortnite's worse, as bad, if not worse than Game Pass?
I would say as bad. Yes, because because it literally started the idea of I get unlimited free content. And I don't ever have to play anything else. I get unlimited free content. I never have to play another game. I never have to. I can always just come back, and Fortnite will be there. And there's going to be something new to do. There's going to be a new area to check out, a new gun, some fucking grapple gun, some mech suit, some laser beam, some shit, and I never have to spend a cent for it.
Did Tallen send you those tweets?
Yeah, I sent him. Yeah.
Okay,
he knows about
I was gonna say, because I'm getting some real hardcore deja vu from those.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
You're 100% correct in that.
I've been saying that for years.
He has been.
No, you're saying that for years because you just read it today. Jeez.
No, Bobby has been saying that.
I agree. No, I agree. It is one of those things where you can't put the genie back in the bottle. You can't give things away for free and now charge for them again. People get pissed off.
Yep. And that's what Microsoft is seeing right now too with Game Pass. That's why it's struggling so hard, and that's why they're like, well, we got to sell on PlayStation and Nintendo because nobody here's buying it because we gave away the milk without you having to buy the cow, right?
At the same time, we are watching the streaming services kind of implode on themselves. Your Netflixes, your Hulus, and I kind of think we're going to see something similar to the game industry here soon. Not necessarily due to streaming, but as you said, Fortnite and the notion of perpetual fountain of free content.
Well, one of the things that was in that thread that all of us have sent is that the industry itself, in terms of revenue, has grown. Problem is that all of that revenue is in a much narrower area.
Holy shit!
To everything else.
It's like the American economy.
I was literally about to fucking say that. God damn it, Bobby.
God damn.
No, that's what it is. It is the concentration of wealth. Yes. And that is end stage capitalism. I don't mean to be political, and that's the last political thing I'll say today. However, that is end stage capitalism, and that's going to continue to happen.
Time, man. Get some beers, dude. Jesus, you're spitting facts today, sir.
But that is what we're witnessing now. Yeah. I mean, we are in not even beyond video games, but beyond technology. We are witnessing a changing point in society in the West. Yeah, I'm not sure how the East is going to go, but to narrow it back down to video games, we are witnessing potentially the second video game crash. I'm hoping that is more of the 2008 recession as opposed to the Great Depression, if we're going to U.S. terms. However, we are in the middle of a very big change in the video game industry. It cannot continue. AAA games are bankrupting places. Well, it's too big.
That's the big thing too. Is that like and I'm going to say this, and Talon's probably going to be fucking shocked to hear this. But I'm going to say that. No, that Sony has actually had a big hand in this because they're the ones who really started going, you know what? Let's make sure we're spending 150, 200 million, 250 million on games to make them look insane.
I could see that.
And you do that, and then I'm playing Hellblade, right? And I haven't finished this game probably because it bores the shit out of me.
You're not doing 13 hours into the game.
It's like a 5-hour game, and I can't play it for more than like 40 minutes because I get
boring.
It's so boring.
So boring.
But like, how much did they spend on that? Like, I'm gonna guess they spent at least $80 million.
Probably
minimum.
Like minimum $80 million.
Minimum.
And for what they're making, like they hit what, like number 6 on Steam the first day. Which, remember, like a lot of people go like, shop at Steam Tower, shop at it's like, if that's there for days and days, yeah, you're making money.
Yeah.
If it's there one day and someone catches it, it just means a bunch of people bought a game at once more than bought a Steam Deck at once.
Yep.
Excite
You know what I
Bike.
mean?
Sorry.
I'm
just really pumped for
Well, and then what was
Bike is
it?
a fantastic game.
What about like Halo Infinite? I mean, everyone loves to talk about like Spider-Man 2 costs and all that stuff, and these games. Didn't Halo cost like
You
400,
always got to
500
drag
million?
up Halo Infinite, Talon. God damn
I'm
you.
sorry.
I mean, he's
I'm
not
sorry.
wrong.
It's an
He's not
easy punching
wrong.
bag.
Halo-
It's an easy
Hey,
punching
No,
bag.
but I
Okay.
really wanted it to be good.
I
Me
know.
too,
Dude, trust
Lemon.
me. I know. I know.
I
know.
feel like if me and
Trust
Lemon
me.
got drinks together, we'd end up super drunk and be like hugging each other, crying like,
Yeah.
"Why
You
wasn't Halo
would,
Infinite good,
and I would
man?"
require you to
should have
film
been
yourself.
better than what it got.
Just tearing your shirt open. What? Like, yeah.
Well, but I mean, to go back to Bobby's point though, right? When one, whether it is Sony or anyone, the moment someone raises the bar, essentially, or in this
bar,
case,
then everyone
the
else
It's
has
it's
to.
Everyone
it's
else
a
does
game
it.
of poker. You
Yeah.
have to call.
you have to call. Yep.
And,
Yeah.
and you know the other one too, and this is gonna be a fucking nuclear take.
Uh-oh.
I'm glad I was asked on Twitch right now.
Bring it.
Is Rockstar.
Oh,
Dude,
Like,
that is a literal. Yeah, that is a great way of putting it. Nuclear. Oh my!
Yeah.
It can't do anything but implode on itself.
Yeah,
When it
like,
does, it's
can you imagine
massive.
If GTA, now we know that GTA 6 will sell, but like if for some reason something happened where GTA 6 just like flopped,
oh God.
like it just flopped, like it came out, all the reviews are like, this game is shit. It's worse than Cyberpunk. It's fucking broken. Everything is broken. None of the systems work. All that shit. And so people who bought it refund it, and you know what I mean? Like that shit happens, and they end up selling, you know, like 500,000 copies. They would be like done. Like they'd be done because people would probably stop playing GTA 5. Or we should.
That is the video game equivalent of a major Western power going bankrupt.
It's a too big to fail, right? Like the
My
bank.
issue with that is I don't think, even if it was literal dog shit, like they literally packaged a dog turd in a case and sent it to you, I still do not think that game will not sell huge amount of copies. I generally believe that the video game reviewing, you know, the IGNs, I'm not the journalism, video game journalism is so minute to this point that even if it was zeros across the board, it would still sell a lot of
Oh yeah,
copies.
because the majority of consumers don't read reviews or any of that stuff.
Well,
Oh no!
the hardest of core gamers, us, we do not give a shit about the reviewers that are on Metacritic.
No, but here's the thing: casuals kind of do when it comes to IGN. Like, if there's someone who's like very lightly tuned in, right? They kind of keep up on news, which there are a lot more people who do that than you'd think. They're gonna read IGN because that's the place to go.
Well, especially now.
But I don't think they would do it for
We need
GTA
to
though.
talk about that in a minute, Tallen. But let's say that happened, and for GTA, but then GTA comes out, and you might go like, oh well, why would it get such low scores, right? Like and then it becomes, is it like one of the conspiracy things, or like, oh, they're just tanking the score just to
I
get
mean,
people.
the Maddens, the FIFAs, they literally get dragged all the time, and they still
Actually,
sell.
that's true. And Call of
huge
Duty
amounts.
last year was
Yeah.
like a 50, and it still sold a shit. Yeah,
I don't think it would matter, and I think as a
I'm
gamer,
conceding, Lemon.
No, I'm just saying I would be very glad if GTA 6 got really bad reviews, deservedly so, and it still sold well, because it benefits me, because it keeps the industry alive. Because I genuinely believe if GTA 6 did not do well, I think we would literally be watching the second destruction of the gaming industry, a la 1980s with Atari.
well,
You know what though? You say that, but like, you know, a lot of people say, I'm looking right now at Annapurna. They have a sale on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking and going, God damn, this whole page is full of fucking bangers. Like mega bangers, and they're not AAA, and they cost like $20 to $25. Some 30 maybe. Like straight is 30, right? I think we're gonna have those indie devs take over. That's what's gonna happen. Is like Ubisoft and Activision and Microsoft, like their whole gaming thing, very likely within the next 10 years will just go down because it's getting just to be too much to support.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
But then we're gonna see people like Billy Basso and the wonderful, which everyone in this stream and in this chat needs to fucking play Animal Well, because god damn, what a game.
I just can't get over the fact that there's one guy. Like, it makes you feel so insignificant.
I mean, it took him forever, if that's anything.
I know, but I can't. I don't think, even as a professional code monkey, could do such a thing as that man has done.
Well, yeah, and playing that, I'm literally like, I'm 14 hours into this game, right? Mm-hmm. I beat the game at 8 hours, and I'm still finding completely new shit in the map 6 hours later for a 34 meg indie game. Like,
so, probably lukewarm take, but like indie, we're in the Hollywood era kind of video games, in that sense of the indie movies are going to be the movies that everyone enjoys.
Yes,
we're in the early days of Quentin Tarantino.
Yep.
We're in the days of the Big Lebowski before the Coen brothers got big.
Yeah, the Coen brothers still rock, just not as hard.
I know, well, but they're mainstream now, so we can't like them as much.
I can't.
Hipsters and shit. No, I watch any Coen brothers. I love those guys. They don't make bad movies. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, they don't miss.
Yeah, I really enjoy the Coen brothers.
But no, I agree with you. You're right. We're kind of entering a new era.
Yeah.
And I think one of the you know what? Here's going to be another very hot take. I think the only publisher that's really understood that is EA with the EA originals.
I was not expecting that. I was expecting to say Devolver or something. EA originals.
No, Devolver.
Okay.
I still consider Devolver pretty, like, small, medium. You know what I mean?
They are, no, 100%.
Like,
no, I was expecting you to say
like
the publisher.
No,
I was
I'm
not
talking about, like,
expecting
the
you
big dogs. Like,
I was not expecting EA out of you.
But EA's originals, like Zao, like Tales of Kanzara.
Oh, I love that game.
Fuck yeah, I forgot that was EA. You're right.
What's it called? It Takes Two.
It Takes Two. Yeah.
Like,
no, that's not EA. Is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that was an EA original. Yeah.
Oh my god,
That's what
that
I'm
was
saying.
a great game.
Is that EA is like, you know, these smaller games with lower budgets.
Say what you will about Riccatello. Like he had the idea of that at least. Tallen Stripek.
One thing I haven't seen. Sorry, just to quickly go back to finishing up on the GTA 6 and everything, because a lot of people are expecting that to sell the next gen consoles and everything. A lot of people are worried that is it 2K that is the publisher?
2K.
Yeah, they're gonna come out and say like, by the way, you want to play this game like a week early, $150 to play it, or like,
Doesn't matter.
or like the base
Doesn't
price
matter.
will be like $100, and it's like, yeah, it's gonna sell. It will sell 100%, and that genie will never be put back in the bottle.
However,
it will, because the second someone else tries it and the games don't sell, like, look at Ubisoft. Like,
They're technically doing it already. They're technically doing it already.
Like, yeah, like I looked at Ubisoft and I was like, that's Star Wars Outlaws. I was like, I'll just wait a month and that shit'll be
exactly. I was literally about to say that Ubisoft also downgrades. They appreciate that. They lower the price of their games very fast.
Yeah,
very fast.
It's like 3 weeks.
I don't buy Ubisoft games at all at retail. I wait.
Yeah,
I got
because you only have to wait a month.
20. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the literal day one edition of Mirage for $20. Like, I'll wait for Star Wars. I can wait.
Yeah.
I'm a patient gamer. Unless it's called Like a Dragon, then I'll buy that day one.
And again, it becomes like a value proposition thing. Right?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Like, GTA can command that money. Right?
Yeah.
And I would say, you know what's going to happen is that Microsoft is going to do that with Call of Duty. 100%. less than zero chance.
Call of Duty is weird to me because I just don't understand. Because they were like the OGs, if you ask me, of the whole DLC model for maps.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
I mean, Halo 3 added maps, right? But they didn't charge maps. Yeah, but I'm talking about adding them afterwards.
No,
did Halo 2 do that?
Yeah, they did. I actually remember buying the disc. It was effectively an expansion pack for it. The maps. Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, to me, Call of Duty is a free-to-play game that they just happen to charge $60 a year for.
Yeah, Warzone. I mean, that's literally what it is. Yeah,
it is. I generally will buy the Black Ops ones because I keep hoping one day it will be as good as the original. It never is, but one day it might be.
That's the definition of copium/insanity.
I know. What do the numbers mean,
Actually,
Mason?
you know, I just realized Warzone and the whole yearly payment for the quote unquote numbered Call of Duty. That's basically Destiny-like as well.
That's what I was saying. Is you're paying for expansions like Destiny.
Yeah,
that's all.
Which I don't mind. I don't mind paying for expansions.
Neither do I. I don't either. Yeah,
they deserve the money. Like it's not. The shit costs money to make games. It's not free. It's very expensive.
Talk to Fortnite games. Though. People are gonna be like, everything needs to be free.
And it's
I don't understand their thing though, because like you have to pay for the skins, don't you?
Yeah, but here's the thing though: is think about how many people have played Fortnite and truly stayed free to play. I guarantee you, it's less than 5%.
Oh yeah, no, whether it's buying the battle pass or buying the skins or buying the rest of the coin, because you actually do get a decent amount of in-game currency if I remember correctly.
Yeah, from the battle pass.
From the battle pass and everything. So then buying the skins is cheap for them because it's like, oh, I only paid $2 because I had these points saved up. In fact, I know it's not nearly as popular, obviously, but the finals is kind of the same thing with their battle pass, where I bought the first season, I don't have to buy it anymore because I can just play the game and I can buy the next season. But now they're starting to see that the finals isn't doing as well as they thought it would. So,
are you else is like that, Tallen? Enough to do that though?
Every other live service game.
I was gonna say Suicide Squad.
Yeah, did you have to pay for the Joker?
Yeah. No.
Like, okay, let me rephrase. The Joker was free, but in order to get him, to unlock him, it took you a while to do it. No,
it really didn't. It took like 2 hours.
Oh, okay, I kept hearing it would take a lot longer to get him.
No, that's
2 hours. Like jack shit.
No, the thing with it is people didn't know how to do it because it wasn't. It like they didn't. I don't know what it was. They didn't give any kind of tutorial with the Joker's movement, or really how the season shit worked. And so people kind of had to piece it together. And once they piece it together, and you realize like, oh, I have to just get to this like level and then beat this boss. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do this mission that takes a minute, and I just have to do it like 30 times, right? So like you do that mission, it takes a minute, and it's really brain dead. You just turn your brain off, do that mission a bunch. And then you get the rank you need, and then you go beat the boss. And total, it takes like 2 hours, right?
Oh, still, just something 30 times over and over again. Damn.
It's a live service game, man. How many times you played GMs and?
I was about to say, like, you just sit there and chastise people. You play Destiny, guy. Miss me.
Yeah, like,
I mean,
how many times you see that asshole flip the fucking coin?
It's so funny. God, fuck that guy.
That's not.
Gambit's the best goddamn mode in that game.
No, it's not. Gambit's the worst mode in that game.
I know. And I just love telling you that's the best. You just get more pissed off every time I say it.
But that's one of those things. Is like that drives me nuts. People, you just do the same thing. I'm like.
Welcome to video games.
That's video games. Any video game does that.
Any video game.
Have you played a video game before? Like, how many times have you died in a Mario game? You guys bitch and moan about that?
Service games, like live service games, are literally, hey, here's a set of missions you can do for this gear. Do these missions until you get the gear you want. That's how it works. Every single one of them. And look, I will be the first to say, I was absolutely wrong about Suicide Squad. That game has just shit the bed over and over. Now, do I still think it's fun?
And that's the worst part because you bought into the game hoping it would be good.
Yeah, and you know what?
Betrayed you.
And no, like that's like I'm not saying Rocksteady is not in the wrong here. What I am saying is
like you were really putting out, like you were expecting the best out of them because it was rock fucking steady. Well, and they really fucked it up.
And because
it's not the same developer they were.
We learned
That's my issue
like
with that.
other things, so we made this content and this content. It's like, you guys didn't make any content. You have like 6 missions in the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, you got it. Now that I will say is like, you were really misleading with that shit. You know, because I was trusting them based on what they said. I was like, oh, sounds like they have learned from other live service games what not to do. So it's cool. And then I played it. I was like, you know, this combat's kind of fun. Like, I can dig this.
From what I
like,
remember, they did actually learn from like certain aspects of live service games in terms of like the armor and the loot and everything, and how you can like upgrade things and all that kind of stuff. Like, apparently they did learn from that. Problem was that the stuff to do in the game, aka playing the game, was like trying to play public events in Destiny, essentially the equivalent of that. And
the missions are much more like a public event than a strike. You're not moving through anywhere. It's just something that happens like in the world space.
Yeah, it's just that one random spot in the world. Boom, you're done. Move on to the next one, essentially, right?
Yeah.
You're not, So, but in terms of what I've heard about the quote unquote end game, in terms of like what the loot can be and like how good and different and all, and then your builds and everything, that I heard was actually really good. It's just that alone doesn't carry it in the end game. Essentially, you need all the other factors that are gonna, carry it. Essentially,
the gear is actually really interesting. The biggest mistake they have, and this is something that they needed to rectify even before this episode 2 that just came out, but they didn't. Is the fact that like they had season 0, right? The preseason thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody sets up their gear. They're using all this gear that they got, and they made it centered around Bane. And so they have like, you can use Bane's venom and it corrupts enemies, and right. So it makes them crazy. So they attack them, they attack each other. Right. It's that kind of shit. It's like, okay, cool. Like, this is good. I'm down with this. I dig this. And then season 1 comes out, and they're like, oh, by the way, enemies are completely immune to craze. So all the damage and all the builds you make
are useless.
Are now useless completely. Like, and I was like, yo, like if you if you made it a thing where, an enemy, let's say you have a new enemy type, like, let's say like if it was like a fantasy RPG, it's like a wizard, right? They can cast the buff spell to where they don't do it, but then if I can take that one guy out and then they're vulnerable to it,
that would make sense.
That's good. That's very good. Just blanket saying, oh, all enemies are invulnerable to this build type now that revolves around everything you've built since the game started. That's fucking dog shit. Like,
that's kind of bull.
That's bullshit. And like, I'm the first person to say I was wrong. They have completely fucked up. Like,
and to anyone saying like, oh, just have them go back to making Arkham, like, most of that team's gone.
Yeah, that team's gone.
Even
the guys who came up with Arkham are gone. They
went off and made their own studio and everything.
And they're doing a new Arkham on Meta Quest, by the way.
Yeah, the VR game.
Which I'll never play. I mean, I could technically be like, I'll buy it if you let me play it on your Meta. But like,
I literally don't have the room in my apartment for that. So
if they couldn't get me with Half-Life, they aren't gonna get me at all.
If they didn't get me with Half-Life Alex, they're not getting me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not giving my information. They're not getting my retina scan. Fuck you, Zuck.
Nah, I'm good.
Zuck, you fuck.
All right. Go ahead, if you have something to finish up. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, Tallen, I wanted to ask you about the IGN.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. Yep, I was about to bring that up. Yep.
IGN consume all. Yeah.
Yep, literally.
Wait, what?
Oh, Lemon hasn't heard about this. Okay, so Bobby, go ahead and give him the lowdown. Like
I might have heard about it. Wait.
IGN bought. Well,
you're talking the buyout. You're talking the buyout, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Heard about this.
Gamers Network.
What did they buy though? I don't know what those. Like, I heard that they bought somebody. I just don't know who they were though.
Like GameIndustry.biz, which is a fantastic fucking website.
I never go there.
That's a good site. But they have Digital Foundry.
I was about to say Digital Foundry is what I knew about. Yeah. I was like, wow.
A lot of people are worried about that. A lot of people are worried about that.
So it's a network. So there's tons of. I think there's a PlayStation blog.
Totally.
Or
they got a PlayStation blog. They got an Xbox One. They got a Nintendo One.
Yeah. So it's just a bunch of outlets, right? So IGN, which already has a bunch of shit, just bought a bunch more shit, and it started basically letting a bunch of people go.
Yep. They actually said, like, it actually said that in the
in the
announcement.
they're like, by the way, people are getting fired.
Yeah, like they literally, it wasn't just like, hey, well, welcome to the IGM family or anything like that. You know, we're buying all these people. It was literally, we bought these guys, we're downsizing. Like literally within the same sentence. It was like,
redundancies will be eliminated
shit.
or something.
Yeah,
shareholders
like,
need to be appeased, you guys. Come on now.
It was Destin. I'm Destin.
Like Destin.
It's what I tell you. He looks like everybody's aunt.
I thought you said uncle, but I guess.
No, he looks like everybody's
It's even funny if it's aunt.
White aunt.
Weren't you saying he was almost on the verge of tears with the whole Xbox going third platformer or publisher?
That's just what I noticed in the video.
Wait, who?
Destin Legary.
He's the he's the old big Xbox guy from IGN. I think he still technically works there, but
no, look, I know Destin is a smart guy. He really is. But I also know that he realizes his YouTube channel must pander to Xbox fanboys because that's why he has so many subscribers. Right? And it's like, dude, I get it, but you're getting way too tied up in this whole thing. Like that, you know, he did seem like he was like actually visibly, physically upset when Microsoft was announcing the 4 games going to PlayStation and Nintendo. I was like, dude, like, come on, man. Like, you can't pretend like you didn't see this coming. You know, like even me, I was like, when they announced that, I was like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Fucking Christ game, seriously.
Like, you know, with everything happening, it's really hard for Microsoft not to go, oh, you know, we gotta still sit on Nintendo and PlayStation. Like, you know, and it's one of those things too that, like, look, like I said, I just want Microsoft to make good games. It's just like I want Ubisoft to make good games, and ideally I want EA to make good games, and I want, you know, because you know what that means? It means more good games for me to play.
And more competition.
But
that sounds very selfish of you.
But yeah, I don't give a fuck. If I'm paying money, I want a good game to play. Like, that's as simple as it goes. Like make a good shit. Like, that's my only requirement, and the only thing that's gonna keep me from going, just like give up or shut the fuck down or whatever, because you're not making anything good anymore. Like, just stop. You know, and like, and when you hear. They go, oh, well, Redfall, like when Phil was like, Redfall scored like double digits higher in our internal tests. Like, who the fuck were you having to do your internal tests, my guy? Like, I know those QA people were sitting there gritting their teeth because I had to fucking do that when I was QA, grit my teeth and go, oh, fuck, we're putting this out. Okay. You know, like, because you know it's going to be a piece of shit. Like, yeah. So with them needing to make that money back, you know, anyone acting like it's surprising when they go, hey, we got to sell on Sony.
Other
and then
platform.
acting like it's, or any other platform.
They could have,
right.
They could have easily they would easily not have to if they had only bought up to Bethesda, I would say. The moment they bought Activision, all bets are off. Oh, but $69 billion. Nice. They are... No, they've got it. Not only do they need to start making the money back, they have to start paying for it. And it's like, what was it calculated out to be, like $2 billion a year or something like that?
Paying for talent, like I think you understand just how massive a company Microsoft is. Like, they don't want to lose money. Full stop. As a shareholder of Microsoft, I don't like seeing it. I'm losing money on it. However, they can eat that cost like it's a fucking lunch.
They can, but they won't.
It's not an issue.
But they won't. That's the important part.
That's the problem.
No, I genuinely believe King will pay itself off. That whole Activision buyout, King will pay for it. Full stop. And Call of Duty will anything extra. Profits. Yeah. They're making money on that deal. Even if they literally let go everything else, including Blizzard.
King's,
much to my chagrin.
So King's revenue for 2022.
In 2023?
No, 2022.
Oh, 2022. Okay.
1.487 billion.
Ooh. That's some money right
you
there.
Think that is going to pay off 69 billion in a span of time where shareholders are happy? You as a shareholder, if they go, or if I ask you right now, hey Lemon, can I borrow $70? And you go, yeah. And I go, okay, so I'm going to pay you $1.50 a year until I pay you back. Is that cool? What are you going to say?
The way Wall Street finance works is fucked. So I'm not going to pretend to understand it. However, it will make its money back. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Because Salesforce is a thing, despite how Salesforce and Oracle, like, look them, like, it's ridiculous how much they buy out, and they're still profitable. So some sort of Hollywood math is going on, is all I'm saying.
Well, that's funny you should mention that, the Hollywood math, because I'm pretty sure that's how they've been getting the Game Pass's profitable thing.
There's no way that's still profitable. There's no way.
Yeah. Well, and especially when they're going to put Call of Duty on it, they're going to lose so much fucking money.
That's a lot of
Because
loss
I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to buy fucking Call of Duty. But I will play that shit on Game Pass.
They're lucky that they're still selling on PS4. They're lucky they're still playing over there.
Again, I'm convinced Call of Duty does not make money on sales of its games. It's all on DLC.
Well, like we just said, it's the expansion thing now, essentially. So yeah, it actually will.
You could, but you can't say that when every Call of Duty sells 20 million copies a year. Like, they are making money off those copies. They are.
I generally do not believe they are.
Well, they clearly are. Every year they have them. So.
Like that's 1.4 billion, right? Am I losing my mind?
If that was the case, they would not have flubbed last year's Call of Duty so badly.
No,
because it originally was supposed to come out. That was the last minute
originally
decision.
It wasn't supposed to come out, and that was the Activision shareholders going, you know what? Before we get rid of this, we unload this piece of shit. We better get one more piece of shit game out that they'll buy anyway, because they buy it every year no matter what.
Full disclosure, Call of Duty is the only one I'll make this argument for. Every other game, losing proposition on Game Pass, for sure. But I generally believe Call of Duty makes more money on DLC. If only because I've seen how they've been flubbing for the last couple of years.
Because how much is Call of Duty? Here, hold on, let's see. Can we look up Call of Duty revenue?
So real quickly, so Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. This is just the.
We're talking the new one, right? Not the original.
No.
The
newer one, right? The one that came out in 2022. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. $1 billion. That was its sales.
That's how I know.
Not Warzone. Not Warzone.
Fringe friend group.
Not Warzone or anything. $1 billion. Just $1 billion.
For what?
Y'all nerds need to play more Call of Duty for the
Call of Duty. We'll call it an expansion, essentially. Modern Warfare 2. The Modern Warfare 2 expansion, essentially.
Made $1 billion.
Made $1 billion.
So much money.
And that was when they were still charging 60 for it, right?
That was still 60, yeah. So let's see what if.
Now they've done 70.
So
that probably means that year they sold 18 or 19 million.
Something like that, yeah.
So let's say Modern Warfare 3 sold 14 million at 70.
Well, that's assuming, because there's when I type in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 sales, there's this post about saying Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 sales were down almost 38%. It says
that would track with, let's say, 18 million, right?
Yeah, that's still, yeah. I mean, again, for Call of Duty, yeah, it's a big hit, but it's still a shit ton of money. So
yeah, so if we say that's 23% when we do for it, so let's say 12 million.
Okay,
right?
yeah. Let's play it safe. Play it safe. Say 12 million. Yeah.
Very conservative. We'll multiply that shit by 70. 840 million on just game sales. Yep. Now they're investing, obviously. You know, in Modern Warfare 3, they probably put 80 million into that, because they slapped that shit together.
Slapped that shit together.
Yeah, they slapped that shit together. Like half the game was the Warzone map.
It probably cost less to make that if we had to do this. Yeah. The only other thing to factor in, essentially, is the amount that they have to give the platforms and everything. So they're not making $70 per one. They're probably making closer to like 40 or 50.
Let's say we multiply that whole 840 by 0.7.
Yeah.
And that's to me, everyone's taking a cut.
Yeah.
588 million.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
588 million. That's a lot in those sales. That you can't just write off $500 million in just that like first month or 2 months or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. It's still a big chunk of change. I'm not saying, yeah, you're right. The DLC probably does make a shitload. But you have to think of now, especially, they're doing license stuff, so they're paying royalties.
Yeah.
Plus, they're still playing the platform fees.
Yeah, didn't they just put like Beyonce on there or something like that a while ago?
They put Nicki Minaj.
Nicki
right?
Minaj, that's what it is, yeah.
What's that budget, Beyonce?
No. Okay, so anyway, so that 38% thing, by the way, this just says Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 sales are down almost 30% in the UK. It was just for the UK. So
Yeah.
that's not even,
The UK is one of the better markets, so we'll assume that tracks everywhere.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, like it's a real concern for them now, having spent so much money on Activision, to go, okay, we need to start making money. Like it was fine and cute when you guys are spending, 300-400 million a year.
Yeah, but then
now
once they got Activision,
Activision,
they're like like you said, it blew past Windows, right?
Yeah, and I mean Activision's fucking overhead. That's why they fired 2,000 people from Activision. Activision has 10,000 people, or did.
Well, I mean, Activision allegedly was on the warning track to bankruptcy. Allegedly.
No,
that's what they kept claiming. That during the whole Microsoft buyout, good old Bobby Kotick was like, hey, you don't buy us out, it's fucking bankruptcy time. It's Chapter 11, baby.
Bobby Kotick was saying that because he wanted his like $400 million.
That's fine. But as a head honcho of a company, he's allowed to file Chapter 11, even though they're very much not bankrupt. So, like, as a whole, I don't think the company was in the best position, because no company wants to get bought out, right?
Oh,
like,
no, with that, I guarantee you, he knew, with Microsoft specifically, he knew he could go, hey, you're going to have to pay us more, or you could, like, didn't he? He called them and was like, hey, you should just buy us out.
No, he was calling around. Like, he was asking, like, it was a known fact. He was asking, hey,
and again,
okay, buy me out.
Yeah, again,
bitch.
that just comes down to him going, I don't want to do it anymore. I mean, what? He's like 60, right?
Sure, but you're telling me the rest of the C-levels, like, along with the board of directors,
they all got golden parachutes. Yes, they were fine with it, especially at the valuation that they got, because that just meant their golden parachutes were that much bigger. That's why. What was that one lady? Do you remember, Tallen? The one lady who was always trying to be like, yeah, we're here for the gamers, who worked for like Activision. She was like the union buster. She was the C-suite.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and all the Xbox like fanboys were like, oh my god, she's the best, she loves gaming. And like the second that deal cleared, because it was, it was known she was C-suite, so she was getting a payout. The second that deal cleared, she fucking disappeared.
I love how you refer to her as a union buster. I was like, that's
no, that's what I remember, because a lot of people were like, they're like, oh, we want this. Because she was like, oh, we want this to be better for developers and for the gamers.
Yeah, all during the FTC hearing and all that stuff. I remember that.
I forget what her name was, but yeah, she was all on social media, and she was the one who said, oh, Jim Ryan said he wanted to block our deal. Like, she was the one who brought that up.
I remember that.
And everyone was like, oh my god, Jim Ryan's so evil, and look, she's just really for the gamer. The second that deal closed, she was fucking a silhouette of dust. She fucking ran off with her millions so fast, and no one ever heard from her again.
I'm not gonna say anyone at a C-level is a saint. However,
they're all sociopaths.
There is no way Jim Ryan wasn't like, fuck all y'all, we can't let this go through either. Like, everyone are assholes at that level.
No, I agree. Everyone is an asshole at that level.
Holy fucking shit, Tallen, what the hell are you doing? I got first.
Dude, it's Mario Kart. Everyone gets
Mario
lucky
Party.
eventually.
It's me.
Eventually.
It's me. I'm not. I've been to Battle Night.
But yeah, like with the
no, I kind of remember that Union Buster though. I kind of remember that now.
And people brought up like, hey, you're literally the person who like was brought in to be a Union Buster for Activision.
Oh no, I'm sure like Peter Ovo had like her on speed dial kind of shit. Like
yes.
Which have you gone on Peter Ovo's Twitter profile in a while? That guy is broken.
It's so funny though.
Is so broken.
I blocked a bunch of console warriors, like both sides, because it just gets fucking annoying. And the ones that are really, really annoying, like I was just like, I gotta block them. I just can't fucking deal with these people. So after the third party thing, I was like, okay, I gotta go through and find the fanboys on both sides and just open flooding, because I gotta see what all these fucking people are saying right now.
Yep.
And so like I think I had blocked Peter Ovo. Because
go back on Peter Ovo's profile right now.
Fucking turd, if I can. I've heard that Peter Ovo is like 13.
Peter Ovo is a broken person.
Peter Ovo 5. That's it, right?
Like it's crazy. Super anti-Xbox now.
His profile is the fucking he used to have the profile of the Hi-Fi Rush cat, and now it's the Hi-Fi Rush cat, but instead of the cat's face.
No, isn't it crying Michael?
It's the crying Jordan. Yeah.
Yes. Peter Ovo is a broken person now.
Gene Park follows Peter Ovo. Oh my God, Gene Park.
I thought you had some integrity, man.
No, Gene Park is a man after my own heart. An absolute troll in the best kind of way. I love me some Gene Park.
Gene Park. I love Gene Park because he goes on like podcasts and every single
goes
time
these tangents.
He ends up on these tangents about how he's like
so fucking
how he's
good.
been in like this orgy.
Yeah,
I was like banging this dude's wife.
He's the original most interesting man.
Gene. You write for video games for the Washington Post. How did you do all this? Like
he didn't. He's like, I didn't write for video games for most of my journalistic life. I did it on crime. We're like, what? What did you say?
There's a lot of people who went into like journalism and everything, and then they get hired by, having to write about video games, and so.
No, Gene Park's a character in the best kind of way.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, Peter Ovo made the 180 switch.
Oh yeah.
Like,
how could he not though? Like,
well, that's the thing. Is like, look, we've admitted, right? Like, I've had PlayStation since like 1996 or something, right? I like PlayStation, and I loved Xbox back in the day. And like the whole Xbox, I don't know anyone. Oh, my roommate did. He bought an Xbox One just because he wanted a new system, and then that was the one he could find when that and the PlayStation 4 came out. So he got it, and then he was working a job where he had a lot of money, so he just bought a PlayStation when he found one. When he bought it, he's like, and that's where we started playing Titanfall, which to me is still the best Xbox exclusive they ever had.
So good.
Yeah. So the first Titanfall, and then Titanfall 2. Good lord, they dropped the ball not getting that exclusive.
Dude, no, I remember Tallen used to play Titanfall 1 all the time, and I remember like it was like a 60 gig game. Like, wow, 60 gigs? That's so big.
Yeah, and literally like 45 gigs of it was uncompressed sound files.
Yeah, no, because it had to run the 360, and they didn't want to stress the CPU, so it was all uncompressed.
Yep.
God, I love Titanfall 1.
And
such a good game.
So like, look, like I've admitted, I've had PlayStation forever. I love PlayStation. Like I love God of War, and I love Spider-Man, and to a lesser extent, Ghost of Tsushima even. And I love Horizon.
I can say the same about The Last of Us. It's just.
I know exactly right. I was gonna say, and you know how I feel about The Last of Us 2, and I know how you guys feel about The Last of Us 2, right? But like, we like PlayStation, and I'm willing to admit that. But like, I would not mind if Xbox gave me a reason to buy an Xbox, but they don't because I have a PC.
The industry is weaker if Xbox wasn't around.
Yes.
Full stop.
Yes.
Sony needs the competition because Nintendo's doing its own thing. And the problem is Sony desperately needs competition because I fully believe they're going to go full Ken Kutaragi here soon.
Well, here's the thing, is that you got to remember at the end of the day, like if they really try and go that far, which I don't think they will. Honestly, I don't think they will, because even if Xbox does drop out, they're gonna have to keep it in check, because while they may have, basically uncapped potential to capture that quote unquote high-end console market, right? They still have to remember they're competing with the gigantic swinging dick of Nintendo, whether they want to admit it or not. Right? Like,
well, yeah, that's why everyone wants. That's why Square and all of them want to get their games onto the next Switch console, because they know.
Yeah, and that's why Microsoft's thinking about a handheld, and that's why Sony's trying out handhelds again, because Nintendo is the gigantic swinging dick of the games industry. And it's like people always like to pretend, oh, Nintendo's not really competition. It's like, are you fucking
kidding me, dude?
Tallen, you're playing Mario Kart. This game is 10 fucking years old.
And dude, I'll bring it back, and I know people would be like, it doesn't really count. Again, Japan. I see people on the trains every single day playing the Switch. Every single one of my students has a Switch. Even my female students have Switches. My wife's.
How many portals do you see, Tallen?
Huh?
How many PlayStation portals?
Zero.
Zero.
Can you play Portals outside of your home network?
If he's on a train, he would have a Wi-Fi.
Unless someone has pocket Wi-Fi.
I'm sorry, I asked that before. You're right. You can do it over internet.
Any Wi-Fi
network.
Any Wi-Fi.
Well, that's because they didn't market it like that at all.
No, they are. It's a decent piece of tech. They marketed like ass, because I fully believe Sony did not realize people gave a shit about it.
Still sold. It's funny.
Sold out immediately when it comes out, because they're trying to catch up in production.
They literally, they didn't produce it anywhere near enough, because they thought it was going to be a lost console. It was literally a pet project for some higher level engineer.
Well, I think it was Jim Ryan going like, we should try out a handheld of any type, and they were like, hey, to keep it super cheap and keep it the quality that people are expecting, we can make it a mobile player.
Yep.
And it'll be affordable, and you'll be able to play the same quality
Are you trying
game.
to tell me that Nintendo is not a competition when they've just sold over 150 million units of the Switch?
Yeah, like anyone.
They're not competition in the sense that they haven't been competition in probably 20 odd years.
They are competition though, Lemon. Like,
though?
Yes.
Like, they have not.
Are you kidding me?
PlayStation has not
exclusive games.
What I'm saying is they have not been in competition since probably the PS2 days. They let Nintendo do their own thing after the Wii.
Yeah, but now
I generally do not think that they have saw Microsoft. They don't follow Nintendo's path. Nintendo's doing their own thing.
Yes, but here's the thing: is Nintendo with the Switch is now dictating the market, whether people want to admit it or not. Because there's a reason that Microsoft, like, first of all, the Switch came out, and people realized, oh shit, there's still a fucking gigantic market for handhelds. Like, there's still a gigantic market for handhelds. Holy shit. And who's got that? Nintendo.
All right. I will say, though, if Nintendo genuinely believed that, why do they combine their console and their handheld market together? Because now they can't double dip anymore.
No, because now they have one SKU that sells 150 million.
Yeah, they don't have. Well, remember their handheld.
I just think they could have sold 100 and then another 100.
No, because if you're a handheld person,
you're telling me that they couldn't. The Wii and 3DS didn't sell huge amounts of units.
They did, but that split their attention so much. Like, why do you think they are so much more profitable now than they were then, Lemon? Because now they're not splitting their dev time and attention.
I generally believe, inflation-wise now, I think the Wii and 3DS days, they would have had just as much revenue.
They are more profitable now than they have ever been.
I hear it, I see it, I just generally believe it's more of an inflation thing. Like the 3DS and the Wii were unstoppable.
But again, it comes down to the fact that when they developed for that, they had to develop different things.
No, 100%. No, they literally had to split their
resources a ton.
Wholly get that. However, there is something to be said about selling the same thing twice to people.
And for me, I didn't have a Wii. I had a 3DS, right?
It actually makes two of us. Yeah, I didn't have a Wii either.
Yeah,
because a lot of people. I thought you did have a Wii, Lemon.
I got a Wii, the very end of it when they put out Donkey Kong Country Returns because my dad bought it because
he's like, I needed that Donkey Kong Country.
My dad,
Great
Donkey
game,
Kong Country is the literal franchise that got me into gaming because my dad loved Donkey Kong Country 1 through 3. And we played the Returns. I'm like, this is not Rareware Donkey Kong Country. This is way lesser. And then for some reason, all the casuals like, yeah, this is Donkey Kong Country. And they're filthy casuals because of it. Fight me.
I hate to break it to you, but I don't think the Donkey Kong from your good old childhood days is gonna hold up to the in 2024.
No, it's way better than Returns. Fight me.
Donkey Kong Country is a fantastic platform.
I love me. I just can't get Returns. Returns is fine. I just don't think it's as good as the original.
I gotta look this up now.
It's just because it's different. It's just different developers, different vibe.
Nintendo 3DS.
But no, I'm purely from a money grubbing shareholder standpoint. It makes more sense to have two SKUs, handheld and console, to double dip.
But what handheld does Nintendo have anymore? They don't have anymore.
They don't. They do. No, they screw the pooch.
Oh yeah, it's called the Switch.
They merge them together.
Yeah.
Which does that make them more money or less money? I don't know because we'll never know. Because
again, we're talking about a console that even like look at it this way, they're gonna have backwards compatibility for the next one.
I would fucking hope so.
Which means they're gonna keep selling games without having to develop them anymore.
I'm still waiting for my Pokemon patch
because you can just—it's not happening.
It's not happening.
They give precisely zero fucks. Let's hope Pokemon Z through A or whatever it's called is like a 60 FPS thing, and Game Freak has learned how to actually code.
Don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
But yeah, like with excuse me, with Nintendo, regardless of what anyone says, they are the major player in the market. They are. Like, they have the highest selling exclusive games. Don't they sell like the most third party too?
I don't know about third party. I'm of the mind that Sony and by extension Microsoft have just given up. They're too far ahead. They're fighting for second place. Okay, so you're saying when you're saying they don't view Nintendo as competition, it's because like Nintendo is just outclassed. They're off doing their own thing. Like they can't be caught. Okay. They're super far fucking ahead. Okay. Sony's given up. So that I can condone as a thing. Like, yeah, no, I'm not saying they're not competition. They're just too far fucking ahead. It's like fucking Usain Bolt. You're not going to catch them. Say, like Nintendo's not serious. They're video games. They make video games. How's that not competition? That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're so far ahead in doing they're marching on their own beat. Like you're not going to catch them. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like this is one of those things too. It's like people, and you guys, I know you guys probably don't agree with this, right? But last year, Nintendo easily had Game of the Year. If it wasn't for the fact that like a once in 2 decade masterpiece of game design, writing, player freedom, like, and everything to make the perfect storm of holy crap, this is one of the greatest things that's ever been made came out.
Well, also not to mention the fact that
I'm going to go with you on this one. Okay. I much more enjoyed Zelda than Baldur's Gate because I don't like Western RPGs. Yeah, and that's fair. Like I actually conceded. Baldur's Gate is a masterclass in design, though. Yes, whereas I feel like Tears of the Kingdom, I don't think exceeded Breath of the Wild. I disagree. I think it's a great game, but it's not to the extent of Baldur's Gate of Breath. I hate to see, Breath of Fresh Air, but like Tears of the Kingdom was more of Breath of the Wild, whereas Baldur's Gate 3 was just like, holy fuck, this is possible in games. Though I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is a ringer because it's been in development for so fucking long. And Divinity Original Sin has the same. I could not stand that game at all.
But Larian's done the same thing forever.
No, 100%.
It's just like
that's what's so funny. Baldur's Gate fans hated Baldur's Gate 3 because it's not Baldur's Gate. It's a Larian game.
Yes.
Full stop.
And so, like, but Baldur's Gate 3 was fucking incredible. Like,
from a design standpoint, yes, 100%.
It was incredible. But for me, you know, I actually did.
Oh, boring.
I had more raw fun in Tears of the Kingdom.
Because, 100%. Same here.
Because of just, like, you know, the stupid physics shit you could do. Like, it was so much fun.
Tears of the Kingdom was an amazing game. I'm pissed off about it because I know Nintendo could do better. I feel like that storyline was ass.
I think
it pisses me off because Link, as usual, is passive in the storyline. And that pissed me off to no end.
Well, I mean, you got to think, like, you say Link is passive, but like, what game? Like, okay, we were talking about Fallout 4 earlier. Like, how passive?
That's very passive too. Yeah, you're right.
That's what I'm saying. Like most RPGs, long ass games like that, you're real fucking passive.
Me off, though.
Because like, if they give you the freedom to go explore, automatically you're passive. There's no like.
Well, no. My issue with Tears of the Kingdom, and it's just my issue with any kind of storyline like this. They told me of these crazy shit going on, but I'm hearing about it in a cutscene. Link is not the main character in Tears of the Kingdom. Zelda is.
Yeah.
Let me play Zelda then.
What words come before Tears of the Kingdom? Man?
I don't know. It's just Tears of the Kingdom, right?
No, are you sure?
quick total side note. By the way, Lemon, the 3DS is not their best-selling handheld. It's the DS, not the 3DS.
DS is, yeah.
Yeah, the DS.
No, but I'm just saying. My whole thing with that was just there's 2 SKUs as opposed to 1. If the Switch did better than whatever I guess Wii and DS,
which it has, it's surpassed it now. It has surpassed both of them.
So Switch has. Well, wait. The Switch has surpassed both the combined Wii and DS. I doubt.
I need to look at the numbers again. Hang on, I can't look in the race.
No, and that's fine.
Let me
I don't. I mean, I don't. To Bobby's point, I don't think that it's a very valid point to make. I'm just saying, from a purely greedy ass capitalist standpoint, I feel like they really ruined it for themselves. But after the Wii U, they needed to do the Switch. Well, to save the company.
So the Switch, I think they just said the Switch has now become their. Oh, that was in Japan, huh?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, the Switch is the best-selling console in Japan. I think they still have a little more to go to be out the PS2.
They are at 141 million for the Switch. Now now here's the other thing. Remember the DS cost what, 200 came out or 150?
It was 150, I think.
It was 150 and it was around for like 10 years.
Yeah, for fucking ever.
Fully replaced by the thing. So you gotta keep that because the Switch is on year 8 now. So let's say it goes 2 more years. I think it's beaten the DS and it might be the PS2.
I think it could beat the PS2.
I think it beat the PS2.
I think it has a chance. I don't know if it's.
Tallen, you need to tell all your students to break their Switch and go buy another one just to help the cause.
Every one of my kids already has a Switch.
Break them, and then they gotta buy a new one to help the cause of selling Switches.
You gotta beat Sony.
God, Tallen, you're a teacher, man.
Jesus Christ, man.
Let's see, the Wii sold 101 million units.
Yeah, and the
DS
like,
was 154.
Yeah, the DS is 154. The Switch is coming up on that real quick. The Game Boy and Game Boy Color sold 118.
Damn.
Lord. The PS4 sold 117. God damn. PS5 is almost sold as much as the Nintendo, which is wild.
PlayStation 5 is on track, just like the PS4, in terms of the overall years. At the 4-year mark right now.
Yeah, it's only like what, like 200,000 under or something
like that. Yeah, which is
something stupid. Which is like,
again, once
if they do a PS5 and they count it as a PS5 Pro and they count it as the same thing, because I think they did that with the PS4 too, right?
They did, yeah. I think so.
Because that's why they have the these like little. I'm looking on Wikipedia. They have a little like hash mark.
I double dipped on that one.
Well, I have 3 Switches. Those all count. You know what I mean? The 2 are OLED. One is the Zelda OLED. One's a regular OLED, and one is my OG Switch, right?
I only have one. But actually, it's fine. The OG Switch, the screen's coming off.
Oh Lord!
Jeez, what have you done to yours? My Switch is doing perfectly just fine. Yeah, it
sounds like you better contribute.
Engine,
Sounds like you better contribute to the cause and buy another one.
No, I think it's because I never take it out of the cradle and it gets really hot, so the glue's coming out.
Oh.
Yeah.
You gotta take it out of the cradle. I saw a really cool mod. I'll send it to you. Where you can mod your, I think it's an OLED. If you get an OLED, you can put it in this little 3D printed chassis that these guys made, and it keeps it like 10 degrees cooler.
Oh, I'm sure. No, the cradle's a very
terrible design. Yes.
The OG Switch, I'm hoping they fixed it a bit. It's very terribly designed because it gets very hot.
Yeah. Even the new, it's like if I take my OLED out, I'm not even using it. Oh, it's actually really cool. Never mind. It's a little warm, but it might be just because
mine right now, I'm playing a Wii U game and it's billowing hot air. Like my PC gets way less hot than this.
Yeah.
And I'm doing 4K shit. Like this is not even doing HD.
I really want the next Switch to just, they're like, oh, it's gonna be like a PS4. I'm like, it's fine, dude. Like, that's the thing.
No,
people still
I just want to have DLSS. That's all I want. DLSS.
Yeah, if they have DLSS, that is the W that they need.
Yeah, like, that's all. I get just literally. This is the whole Switch Pro thing. It was the same chip that had DLSS, much like my set-top box that I watch YouTube on. I don't pay for HD Netflix. I just have DLSS, and it looks very good.
Yep.
You know what'd be really nice? My Mario Kart in DLSS.
Yep. The other thing I think also is that people are like, no, it's going to look bad or something like that because it's only the PS4. Hello, they're still putting games on PS4 right now. They put Ragnarok on PS4.
Hello. Yeah, Horizon
Forbidden West is on there as well, yeah.
On PS4.
No, but no one likes Horizon though. Even Herman Hulst doesn't like it anymore.
Shut your goddamn.
He's done with that shit.
Well, now he's CEOing it up, man.
Yeah, if it's not called Last of Us, he can't talk about it, so it's fine.
Oh my god. Him and Druckmann are just smoking
cigars. Continue on, Bobby.
I could go on about Druckmann. Bobby, what's your take on Druckmann's recent comments about how his newest game is going to change gaming?
You didn't see that? No, you didn't see the thing where he put it out. He said, "Hey, here's actually the full statement."
Oh, it was out of context. It was a super out of context.
No, it wasn't even out of context.
Oh,
Sony
shit.
made that shit up.
Oh.
Which was wild. I was like, yo!
Jesus Christ, what's going on, man?
I was like, who the fuck is doing this?
I was expecting out of context like bullshit IGN shit, but that's Sony from that. No way.
It was like, he put out, he's like, because it was an email interview. So he just copied the email and he put it out. He's like, I actually didn't say that at all. Here's what I said. And it's like him praising the team and saying, I really believe we're going to be able to deliver great experiences. And he's like, and Fallout came out and that show was great. And I'm super pumped that the Last of Us show was great. And I'm super excited about the new IP we're working on. And I believe our teams are going to be like doing awesome stuff. And like, he's like going on and like all this really positive shit with none of it says that. And he was like, yeah, I don't know where they got that from.
I love to shit on Druckmann as much as the next person, but he's not a technical guy. He's very much the storyboard guy.
Yes.
For him to say something like that is very much out of character for Neil Druckmann.
Yes.
And I felt a little bad because everyone's like, oh yeah, he's pretty much going Kojima. I was like, nah. No, Kojima's his own thing. You can't really
look, I get
can't really do that.
If like at a political stance you don't agree with Druckmann, because I don't believe, I don't agree with a lot of his political ideals. Personally,
I've never heard of his political ideals, just that he makes games. That's all I know about him.
We'll keep that out of the conversation. But
all right.
If that's a reason that you're just like, oh fuck that guy, it's like the guy still like he ended up taking over Uncharted 4, right, when Amy Hennig decided to leave,
which is its own thing.
I don't know if she left because of him.
Yeah, I still don't know.
But in the end, he ended up delivering a pretty fucking awesome game.
Yeah, for sure.
delivered The Last of Us with the other guy. Then he delivered The Last of Us 2, which I still think is one of those games that is a standout milestone game in terms of its presentation and how it makes you uncomfortable, and it's designed to do that. You know what I mean? So like, he did that, and so he's got.
But he's the oldest guy left though, because like Amy Hennig's gone, and the original two dudes are gone from Naughty Dog. He's the oldest guy there now, right?
He is. That's why he's the president. Yeah.
Okay, so like, yeah, no, I feel like he gets a bit too much shit than he deserves. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Is like people say all this, and they're like, "Oh, it's fucking terrible." It's like he's made some of the best games that have been made, like in general, right? He
gets a bit too much shit. Like, I'm not gonna pretend to like love Last of Us, but they are masterclass games.
Yeah,
overrated, sure, but they're still masterclass.
Sure, and like if you feel it's overrated, that's one thing, right? Anyone who's like, "Oh, it's just bad," it's like, no,
it's not really bad. It's overrated. There's a very big difference, and the problem is, Twitter being what it is so smooth brain doesn't understand the difference.
Yeah, and it's like I get it.
It ruins Discord. No, it ruins Discord though. Like
it does, because like you can't have a discussion about it.
Well, yeah, like say what you will about the GameSpot System Wars forums back in the day, but at least you can have a fucking conversation. You can't do that shit anymore.
Yeah,
it is all of 10 words and that's all.
There have been times where I've actually had people break down and ended up with conversations on Twitter, and I'm like, literally, I'll go like, "Hey, like, you actually had a legitimate conversation with me, and that's rare. Thank you." Like, I don't mind disagreeing with people.
It's like Discord's gone, man. Like,
and I will talk my shit. Like, I will tell you what I think, right? Like, I don't give a fuck, because you're gonna think differently than me. That's fine, or you can agree with me. That's fine, cool. Like, that's all. If we agree, awesome. If we disagree, okay. Like, tell me why. Tell me why you think the way you do, and I'll tell you why I think the way that I do.
Oh yeah, no, conversations are gone. Like that's
and eventually we'll it may come to where we have to agree to disagree. Like we're not going to change each other's opinions. So like let's move on. But
that's half the fun.
That's half the fun. It's like discussing the points, right?
Yeah.
Like
having a fucking conversation with someone is a lost art, which is such an absolute bummer. Modern day society. Put my old man hat on. Like, the internet used to be a fun place to just literally just argue with people, and arguments were literally that. It was just like I don't agree with your opinion. Here's why. Not herp derp politics. Herp derp. Yeah. I'm gonna make a meme about it. Like, come on now. There's a little more to this.
It devolves into name calling and.
It literally, like, one of the cardinal sins of arguments is what's the official name for it, but effectively name calling, calling out the person's character.
It's like a
that's not an argument. That's just calling someone's character out, which is not part of an argument at all.
Right?
Exactly. It's exactly a straw. There's a name for it though. It's Latin, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a fallacy.
But no, 100%. It's
ad hominem, right?
Yeah, ad hominem. There we go. Yep, ad hominem.
Right. So that's the way. Like I'm not going to name any names, but there was an election about 8 years ago that kind of led to where we're at now with public discourse.
Yeah.
But that all being said, it's wild.
Yeah, Neil Druckmann got it bad. He didn't deserve the hate he gets.
Yeah,
maybe that's why Amy Hennig, left her position, because I'm sure she got a lot of hate because she was part of Last of Us Part 1, right?
No, she left during Uncharted 4.
Wait.
And Neil
Uncharted 4 was after.
But she was the Uncharted person.
Yeah, she was the Uncharted person. She wasn't part of the Last of Us.
Neil did Last of Us with another guy. That was separate from Uncharted.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she was part of Last of Us Part 1.
She was doing Uncharted while they were developing Uncharted 3 while they were developing Last of Us. That's why in the bar in Uncharted 3, when you start it says something like on the paper, it says like mysterious virus or something like mystery fungus leads to deaths or something like that. If you look at the paper in the beginning of Uncharted 3 in the bar, it's like on the counter. because they were developing it then. But yeah, so then Neil, they were like, hey, we're gonna put you as like co-producer, director, some shit on Uncharted 4, because Last of Us did so well. And it could have been like, maybe they disagreed. It could have been like, maybe Amy Hennig was like, hey, this has been my series and you're putting someone like as my co-director, like I need a fucking babysitter, which I would understand that. Like I'd be pissed kind of.
Yeah, no, I can understand that.
Because like a lot of people are like Uncharted 2's peak, and I'm like, I liked Uncharted 3. Like it wasn't as good as Uncharted 2, but
I think the storyline was good. The game
of Uncharted 3.
Yeah, 3 was not
really
gameplay wise. They had, I distinctly remember them patch it in. Like there's something about like, so I played Uncharted 3 a bit later. I didn't play it, day one.
Oh, I did.
And my neighbor was hardcore in Uncharted. And he was like, yeah, it's not very good. Like, okay, I'll just wait on it then. Because
maybe that's why they put Druckmann on it.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, well, a lot of people didn't like that.
Because I distinctly remember 3 like kind of getting panned.
Yeah, a lot of people was like, after 2, it wasn't as good. And I will agree that 2 was better than 3, but I didn't think 3 was that bad. It's kind of like
no, 3 was not. I think 1 was arguably the worst one of the franchise.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
every other game after that was just that much better.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
It's a very strong franchise. Very strong.
Here's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be like, guys, we're not remaking Last of Us anymore. We're remaking Uncharted 1.
I'd be fine with that. Go for it.
But it's only like it's only really
he needs
like
a job.
He always has a job, man.
Honestly, outside of Dinklebot, like what has he been doing?
He does all sorts of cartoons all the time.
Really? Okay. I guess I haven't watched enough cartoons. He was the guy for a while, and I just I never heard
now
him
for video games it's Troy Baker,
Oh yeah, for sure. I will say Troy Baker has had a very long run though. He's done very well for himself.
He has. It's been wild. And I think it's because he did so many high profile things,
I will argue he's also capable of changing his voice though. Like I feel like he's a very talented person, and I feel like it might be of his casting directors, but they're always like, just do your normal voice. And so everyone sounded the same. He can do a huge amount of voices, but no one ever asked him to.
Well, my thing with Nolan North is I feel like, especially with like Drake, right? I feel like he went to Billy West in Futurama.
Exactly.
And was just like, exactly my voice, and that way.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
For sure. And it was much to his not dismay, but like his detriment. Because he's very talented. Nolan North is a very talented voice actor.
Yeah, and proof of that is like David from The Last of Us. Like I didn't even know that was Nolan North.
Exactly. I didn't know that until years later. Like, what? No. No.
By the way, I want to comment and say, watching the stream, I've never seen you so locked in.
I didn't want to interrupt you guys. That's the thing.
He's in there for that Mario Kart.
Trying not to interrupt you guys.
Absolutely love it.
Because I'm having to talk and continue the conversation, but you guys are just like boom. I was like, I'm not gonna disturb this. I'm gonna focus up for once. I'm gonna focus up.
You can see the money signs.
But yeah, like with Nolan North, I mean that guy's. I love his voice.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
Like I don't think I feel like if they remade Uncharted and they didn't have Nolan North, I'd be pissed.
Livid. I would be livid.
How are you going to do this?
Nathan Drake.
Yeah, even if
stop.
Like a lot of people have been like, hey, we want to do or we want to see Uncharted with with Cassie Drake. It's like, well, okay, then Drake has to play like the Sully role, right? Like that.
Oh yeah.
He's obviously
goddamn Sully.
He has to play that role.
Yeah,
the mentor, the old, the older person. But like that better fucking be Nolan North, right? Like,
for sure.
Oh,
you better say Victor goddamn Sullivan a lot.
I just realized that Uncharted 4 was 8 years ago. God.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
Lord.
Been a while.
Shit. No, I remember playing it around the same time I was playing Overwatch. I just moved to my house and I had my PC downstairs before I had upstairs, right? Well, duh. but I had it on my big screen. I remember playing Uncharted, then flipping over to the VGA to go play Overwatch. With Tallen.
Overwatch was so great once upon a time.
Overwatch, when it came out, was it was a zeitgeist moment as far as I'm concerned. Everyone who played it. And to me, I don't have that many friends playing any games like that since Overwatch. Like, everyone was playing Overwatch when it came out. It was like absolute Call of Duty 4 moment for me, and probably the last one I can remember. And it's a bit of a bummer. Because everyone's kind of fragmented, if you ask me. Do their own thing.
Yeah.
Which, old man, I guess. But like,
no, that's the thing about like the Fortnite 2 and everyone chasing the live service thing. And Tallen has talked about this on the channel. How many times now where you've mentioned like there's only so many gamers and only so much time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
That's what I've said.
Yeah. Like
So-
you know, that's why joining in that is hard now.
Yeah, because you basically have to have like a 12 out of 10 game to drag those people away from a game that they've been putting hundreds, if not thousands of hours into at a minimum, right?
Let me
sure.
tell you guys right now, I will 100% be playing Marvel Rivals when that comes out. That shit was
I watched your video on that. I'm like, I kind of really want to play this game now.
It looks really
so
fun.
good.
It looked really
It
fun.
looked like it was
automatically
fun,
in.
but at the same time, it's like I feel like I could get people to play this with me.
Yeah, because
my
it's
issue. I just
accessible
didn't want
because it's Marvel.
Well, even that, it just looked like it was a fun time. I don't care about superheroes at all. I just want a fun game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Superheroes, not superheroes, I don't care. I want it to be fun.
Incredibly
It looked
well
fun.
put together, I will say. Like, I was shocked because I started playing and I was like, okay, and then it started, like, once you start getting more and more into the intricacies of every hero and really learning what they're capable of and like how many, like something stupid you wouldn't think of is like Rocket, right? He's a raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
So they gave him the ability to like run up walls like a raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're like, oh, so with Rocket, I'm a healer, and if I need to, I can get out of danger because I have a jetpack that lets me go really fast.
Mm-hmm.
I can get around a corner really fast and run up the wall so they don't know where I am, and then start shooting my like healing orbs around to bounce off of all the stuff to heal my team while getting myself out of the way. Right. And so like the more you play, the more you learn this, and you go, oh, right here, this has this cool little spot where Rocket can get to and be pretty well protected and hidden, or you learn like, oh, hey, Spider-Man can get through this like little narrow thing because you could swing right up to it and then do his wall climb to climb through that, and that cuts your time getting around this map way down.
The pro Genji players.
Yeah, the pro Genjis are just
Genji?
gonna have a field day with Spider-Man because
Well, no, the part that really resonated with me in the video that you made was that like you could team up, like you could really. There's a lot of synergy with characters, which I feel like is missing with Overwatch. Like I could be a Lucio main all day and drop that. I generally forgot what he said when he dropped his special, but
let's break it down.
Let's break it down. Yeah, I remember now. It's been a while. I want to play Overwatch now. Yeah, like I feel like it was really missing in Overwatch, and I feel like when I watched that your video, and it sounded like they kind of thought about potentially having some synergy, even if it was fairly loosey-goosey. I don't think that was at all included whatsoever in the original design plan with Overwatch.
Well, it's really cool because like you say that like, oh, it's really, but like Rocket gets an entirely new ability when you have a Punisher on you.
Oh, fuck. Communication error, curve.
Right?
Same.
Telling
I
you
got
so in the
it.
game. All right.
He can throw down like a special buff only when Punisher's on his team. Right? And that gives Punisher the ability to shoot like twice as fast and have unlimited ammo. So you could just mow people down.
Exactly.
It's
no,
perfect.
and I feel like that is
cool.
such a waste opportunity in Overwatch, and I think that I'm very glad they're thinking about that in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that had me going like, okay, this game's got some juice to it. Like,
yeah. No,
feeling
I'm
that,
interested now.
playing as Magneto and then having a Scarlet Witch on my team who like can buff my swords, my melee attack.
I mean,
I was like,
I don't give a
what?
damn about Super Hero. I'm tired of it. I'm over this, and I'm interested in this game now. Should speak volumes. Like, this sounds like a game that sounds right up my alley, and telling you better download it because we're gonna play it.
Going to do.
Oh,
Dude,
he
I
will,
tried to get
Tallen,
into
you're
the
gonna
alpha.
fucking
I
play
couldn't
it.
get into it.
Let me tell you,
me.
Talon, I'm never giving Lethal a code again because he never gave a single other person a code.
Because his
like,
PC was full of duct tape.
Yeah, but he got enough hours and stuff that he could have done it. And I was like, all you got to do is log on at 5 p.m. Pacific. Like, I can't log on then. I'm like, you're East Coast, man. You're not off work at 8 o'clock. He was like, oh, well, I guess I am. And I'm like, dude,
Wait, so
and you
how'd
work
that
from
work?
home. Like, just turn your PC on.
So
like,
then
bring
you
your
play
laptop
hours, you
through.
get like other keys or something.
It was like for the alpha. If you got to level 6, which like 2-3 hours at most,
Okay.
you could every day they gave out a certain number of keys, right? And you just had to be on at 5 p.m. Pacific, and it was first come first serve. So like I got the key, I was gonna give it to Talon, and the Talon was like, oh, I'm going away for the birthday, give it to Lethal, and Lethal gave me the key, and I was like, okay, cool. Lethal got it, so then he got it, then his computer like almost died. Then he figured out how to get his computer to work because he took. So I don't know if Talon told you this. He had a stock cooler on his Intel i7.
Oh. What?
Yeah, an Intel stock cooler. With like a
Wait.
little single fan.
Wait. What?
Yeah.
What?
And then on top, but hold on.
It gets worse.
Then, it gets worse because
Oh, no.
he had no intake fans on the front.
You can buy cases like that?
Yeah, most cases will not have a fan. Like, you have to buy your fans and put extra fans in. Like,
Oh, Jesus.
normal people would put a radiator in there. You know what I mean? On the front. Yeah.
I don't have a radiator on the front.
Well, you can have it on the front as an intake, or you can have it on the top as an exhaust.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what
I mean,
99% of people do.
The radiator's on the top. You're talking like the water cooling? Or just the straight
my
air?
old one, I had the 2 fans in front, the radiator was right behind it, and the fans pushed it directly
I
up
had
the radiator.
my radiator was on the top of my case.
Lemon. What
just
you
depends.
can have the 2 fans on the front like you and I have, but you can also put a radiator there if you want to.
Yeah, I have a push pull for air and then radiator on the top for the CPU.
Right.
Regardless, I digress.
But,
okay,
I was like, how do you not have fans in
pour
front
air.
of your case? And he was like, oh well, my buddy put it together. I was like, whoever put that together for you, do not let them put any computers together for you.
Yeah, that's
Ever
like the
again.
best
Yeah.
spot to have air.
And I was like,
the
dude,
front.
okay. But then, I kept going like, hey, you got to get keys for people. Like, he's like, well, Toon wants one. I was like, well, Toon will get to level 6 and do a thing. And I could be like, hey, Toon, give Talon a key. And Toon will do it, But then he never gave a key to Talon or Toon or anybody. And I was like, dude, the whole thing is we're trying to get as many people to play as possible. I was like, if I'd waited and given it to Talon, he would have at least given a second key to somebody else.
Seriously,
Like,
yeah, I would have.
Like I get like
But
Lethal. I love Lethal, and the reason I gave it to him was because he just gave me like that whole Destiny set
Yeah.
for the final shape. He got a Bungie creator key and gave it to me, and I felt bad, but because like they're like, if you're gonna use this, feel free to type out Bungie creator. It's like, well, I'm not the Bungie creator, so I'm not gonna do that, but I'm gonna use that code. So I was like,
Lethal needs to go put some fucking air in his case. He's gonna
That's
burn
what
his
I
stuff
was like.
out.
Yeah, I was like, do
you have a lot of money to burn or something? Because you should probably air your shit out.
Well, that's what I told him. I was like, hey, if you put like an AIO in there, and you have all that going, and then it's still giving you that error where it says, CPU temperature or something, that means you probably baked your CPU by this point, so you may have to replace it.
He was getting thermal fucking shutdowns?
He was getting thermal, it wouldn't let him boot.
Thermal fucking, oh my gosh.
You're killing Lemon right now. You're literally killing Lemon right now.
No, and I was like,
Fucking, I had an i7 4790. That fucker was a goddamn fireball, and I've never gotten a thermal shutdown.
He was like,
Jesus
he was like,
Christ.
oh, I don't know how to do it. I was like, Lethal, I promise
You put a fucking fan in front of it.
I was like, if you really don't want to do it, find a local computer store and they will do it for you.
Yeah, they will 100% do it for you.
And I was like, and if not, if you're okay with it, you can find guides on YouTube to put an AIO in. It's really not hard.
It's really not that hard. It's that.
I was like, make sure you buy that, and you buy a new thing of thermal paste. And when you take the fan off, if you do it, you take all of the thermal paste off with rubbing alcohol off the processor, and then you put brand new thermal paste on the processor before you put the AI on. So I just gave him like a really quick rundown. I was like, and if you need like video instructions on it, I guarantee you can find it on YouTube.
Well, yeah,
the whole process will take you less than an hour.
Would have all of this.
Huh?
Linus Tech Tips would have all of this information.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I was like, you could find it. I was like, I guarantee you, like Jay's 2 cents and Linus.
Jay's 2 cents, Linus, all those guys. Like, just like literally Google it. That's YouTube it.
See, they're better than me. I just use the baked on thermal paste. I don't even use my own anymore. When I bought my latest one, my i9, it had thermal paste. I just used that. It hasn't burned up yet.
I too like to live dangerously, Lemon.
It's not that. It's already pre-applied. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, yeah, like I was like, dude, like fix your computer, please.
Like, yeah, no. Well, ignoring the fact that he's getting worse performance, like just from a longevity standpoint, he's wasting money because it's gonna burn out.
It's gonna burn out.
Yeah.
Right, that's what
it's so never
funny,
burn out like that.
Because
like, that's weird.
My brothers and my friends always go like, "Why do you always buy like on my PlayStation? I have the vented D brand Spider-Man plates."
Yeah, you got to air that shit out, man.
And on my computer, I have the what is it called? The fractal
designs, very well made cases.
Fractal design torrent case.
Those are very airy cases.
Yes, sure. It has 5 big ass fans in it that all pull air, and then I have one exhaust in the back, so it's just this huge positive airflow thing, and then I have a giant air cooler, right? And like once I got the 4070, my shit doesn't go above like 50. I think playing a Hellblade on max settings in 1440 ultra wide, it got to 58 degrees, which I think is the warmest I've ever seen this card get.
That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's a pretty great card. Like if you've got the money and the way to like get it, trade your 3080 for a 4070, because it's the same base performance, but it's half the electricity cost, half the thermal. Like your thermals go down by like not half, but like 30%, and you have frame gen. Like it's fucking worth.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I went Team Red, and it's an absolute energy sink. Like it uses so much power, but it doesn't get too terribly hot.
That's good. And the thing too now, and this again for Tallen when he does buy Ghost of Tsushima, is that they're letting you use AMD's FSR 3.
Yeah, no, I heard about that.
With DLSS?
Yes, it's this hybrid solution. Yep.
That's crazy, because that's going to let anyone with a 30 series like have ridiculous frames. And that's like,
what's the AMD version of it called? It's not DLSS. It's called, it's like FM something or other. It's not FMSS. But it's the AMD, it's the open source version of it.
TSR, that one?
Because it's the one they use on consoles.
Oh, FSR, right?
Is the FSR is the DLSS version, the open source DLSS?
Yeah, that's FSR. It's
okay, all right.
The AMD.
You can tell how out of the game I am.
Which, God, if they put that on the PlayStation 6 and the PlayStation...
Dude, I swear to Christ, literally, I swear to God, I've ranted about this for years. Just give me DLSS or the AMD version of DLSS. Like, that's all I need. That's all I want. Just literally give me some upscaling. That's all I need on my Switch.
What they need to do is they need to do that. They need to make sure that's available on the Steam Deck.
100%. No, and I'm sure Gaben, because it's AMD, so I'm sure next version of Steam Deck will have that.
How does Gabe keep looking like a wizard after all these years?
He's lost a lot of weight.
He has. He's got like billions of dollars.
Good for him. Good for him.
He found that Ozempic, you know.
Oh my God. Like, so I guess that stuff is really bad for the economy because it's so fucking expensive. There's an article that came up.
You got people buying less food, you know?
Well, no, exactly, because there was an article on Ars Technica both about how that could potentially bankrupt the medical. I don't understand how it works. It was Medicaid and Medicare
Well, yeah, because then like people aren't gonna have weight related issues.
But then Nestle's like, all right, we're gonna go like pivot into this, and so they're gonna make Hungry Man meals with less food to cater towards the people on Ozempic. I'm like, man, it's because of your capitalistic Nestle bullshit that people are fat asses, and you gotta pivot to that so you can make your money. That's some end stage capitalism bullshit. I know how much you care about this, Tallen. I know how much you care about U.S. Hungry Man meals.
I don't have to deal with that anymore.
No. You don't, you lucky bastard. But I'm trying to think what it was called. It was in Persona.
Well, as you think about that, Bobby, make sure you give us the full breakdown of Hellblade 2 after you finished it, because apparently it takes 13 hours to play. So
it's longer than I was expecting.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
I'm in chapter 3. There are 5 chapters, and my Xbox app says 1.7 hours.
There are some people online like defending the length of the game by posting, like this one guy posted, apparently he took him 13 and a half hours to play the game. He claims. We don't know if it's, he also did the New Game Plus afterwards or anything like that. But a lot of people are just like, how did you just walk and not hold the sprint?
Tweet, right?
Yeah, or did you just not hold down the run button, or did you fail at the puzzles for 2 hours straight or something?
Hey, now really God of War 3 was about a 5-hour game.
No, and that's fine, because God of War 3 had shit happening in the game. That's the difference.
And walking with violence.
Yes. And Hellblade is walking with rocks.
Yeah, it looks like a boring game. I don't really feel compelled to play it.
It really does look very good, but again, I can't say that it looks better than Alan Wake 2, and Alan Wake 2 was fucking awesome.
It was the fucking GOAT.
Okay.
I mean, not GOAT, but
I knew Alan Wake was just next level when I got to the musical sequence.
God, that sold me. That scene was this is it. This is it for me.
It was way earlier in the game than I thought it was going to be. But I was just okay, I'm here for it. I'm down with this.
That sold me right there. I was like, this is it. This is my game of the year right here.
And this is that's the thing with Sam Lake, right? He was the guy who was this needs to go in the game. And that's the part everyone was that was fucking great.
Game.
Yeah, it almost did, because they were this is hard, what? Sam, and he was like, no, this is happening. We're making this happen, right?
So good.
And it was so good for that very reason. And it's just the ashtray maze in Control, and I think I was mentioning this last time, but it's that's those moments that make Remedy games stand out.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, in Hellblade, the first time I saw the giant, I was like, oh, this is cool. There's got to be way more after this. No, it just stopped. All the momentum stopped, and I was like, oh, okay, let me go finish this part, I guess. It's you have raised the stakes, now you have to keep raising them.
You can't raise the stakes and just drop the ball for that. You have to keep going.
Yeah, exactly. And it just it felt bad personally.
I'm waiting for the behind the scenes developer talk video to come out, or some kind of article from Jason. Just be
no, they knew, everyone knows what's happened, right? They pivoted from Unreal 4 to Unreal 5. That was a big part of it. The second part is they came out and basically said in 2019, when they put that first trailer out for the Xbox reveal, for the Series X reveal,
mm-hmm.
They came out and said, oh yeah, that was literally all we had. We just made a trailer for the second game. And people were oh, okay. And then in 2021, summer, they said they had just entered full production. So it really didn't take that long, right? Because they were doing all the pre-production stuff, and then I think right when they went to full production, they went to Unreal 5. which like cool. Yeah, it's like Unreal 5 is cool, but it's problematic because there's too much shit going on and it's not optimized.
Well, no, Unreal 5 is not ready for mainstream.
It's not ready for prime time.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not like the developers need way more time with it, and Epic needs more time to just fix it.
I was gonna say Epic needs more time just to fix it. It's just not ready.
It's just not ready as an engine.
No one has been able to make that work. I would not surprise me if even Epic has a bitch of a time getting on it.
I mean, Epic's got the best use because Fortnite uses it right now, so they're constantly.
But they're not. I guarantee they're not stressing that system whatsoever.
No, they're not. Not like something like Hellblade.
Yeah, but to Ninja, I mean, as a whole, it's not fair to them because you see like Obsidian fucking around doing like Pentiment.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's not fair to them to be, because for all them purposes, Ninja Theory is like the only one really working on Unreal 5. I feel like it's just Epic and them at this point. No one else has kind of really pushed it too hard. Like Squeenix has had a hard enough time with their engine. They ditched it. What is Final Fantasy 7 on?
4.
Unreal
on
4?
On 4.
Yeah.
So is anyone other than Epic and now Ninja Theory working on 5? Unreal 5?
The finals on 5, surprisingly.
Well, that game is the only one that makes my computer make noises, so maybe that's why.
and
Turn the fan on.
Coalition is, but they're still in development. Supposedly Halo is, like 343 is using it for the next Halo.
Well, 343
still,
is,
I'm not really sure.
I mean,
but 343 we've already established can't do shit with Halo, so.
Yeah, and we know Coalition is dangerous.
I have a lot more faith in Coalition than I do 343 though.
Yeah, Coalition. Well, that's what I was saying. We know Coalition just uses Unreal.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay, I got kind of a pretty hot, not a hot take, but a hot question. I guess I know it's not a term or anything like that, but
spicy. Huh?
It's spicy. Let's go with that. Okay, if Call of Duty can start really doing the numbers that Microsoft likes, and they don't put, and maybe the rumors of Game Pass don't happen, or whatever the case is, they still make a shit ton of money. Do you think they'll flat out close 343 with Halo and just shelf Halo?
No, they'll turn them into a COD sports studio.
I think they would just sell it to another developer.
I don't think they would sell Halo. They would never sell Halo.
Okay,
not
so we got
sell it, but in the sense that they get another developer to do it for them.
I don't think
they would
so.
probably pull.
I think they would shelf it and they would make 343 a COD support studio, and then maybe in like 10 years they might try again. If they get, if they have enough, they've made enough money back with COD and all that, and they're like, okay, hey, you know what? Let's try and bring Halo back. We're gonna reboot the whole thing, which is what they should have fucking done. Like they do that, then I feel like that's probably what's gonna happen. If like, because I the rumor has been that they're already working on the next Halo, which makes sense because that's why they basically stopped all actual development on
Infinite +1.
Yeah, like Halo Infinite. Yeah,
I thought Infinite was supposed to go for 10 years.
What game has gone on for that long?
Destiny.
I thought Destiny 1 was going to go on for 10 years. Did Destiny 1 go on for 10 years?
No. They said it was a 10-year plan, but they always had the idea for sequels.
Yeah.
Because they were with Activision. So Activision was...
Sounds like a cop-out
They were supposed to
me.
They were supposed to be on Destiny 3 by now if they'd stuck around.
No, they're probably supposed to be on Destiny 4 by now.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
If they were at Activision, Bobby Kotick cracking that whip.
Crack that whip.
But yeah, like with Call of Duty, if they really start making money on that, they're gonna do exactly what Activision did and turn a bunch of studios that aren't doing great into support studios.
Yep.
Which is why I kind of understood it outside Tango of why all those Bethesda studios closed down, because
they should not have closed Arcane and they should not have closed Tango.
No, I think
the other two.
Arcane, I think probably. Because it was Arcane Austin, right? They were the Prey.
and I get
Prey, Dishonored, and Redfall.
Prey was so good.
Oh no, which Dishonored though, Tallen?
Dishonored 1. They were
one. They were the OG.
Yeah,
the French one was OG.
No, they both developed it together.
I thought
they were.
I thought Austin was like the series, the studio they start after Dishonored took off.
No, but that's also why Austin. That's also why Austin did Prey, because
Prey is a game that should not have been called Prey.
That was the biggest mistake of Prey.
I went into that expecting Prey, like the original Prey, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Like, funny enough,
why am I shooting a foam gun?
I didn't really.
I thought it was a Native American shooting aliens. What the?
I didn't really like the original Prey, and then I played Prey 2017. I was like, "This is fucking fantastic! Good lord, this is." Amazing.
I'm the opposite. I just did not. It did because I was fully expecting a smooth brain kind of shooter game like the original Prey.
That's like, the thing. It's like I think that's the thing. Like, we've talked about this before. Like, I don't really like games that are just smooth brain, except for my looter shooters. I will concede. Like, Destiny is very smooth brain. You just play a strike over and over. Like right now, it's Onslaught. Tallen, don't forget Onslaught. Starting Tuesday is double shiny drops.
Yeah, I know. That's why I've been saving my tokens.
I know I have like 450 now. Damn. Well, because they're giving like 100 per level 50 regular run. So if you do a couple of those, it's like hundreds.
Yep.
But yeah, like I'm cool with that. With like a live service looter shoot or something like that, like Suicide Squad, Destiny, I'm fine with it being mindless. But if it's other stuff, like it's like I want puzzles or I want some like narrative that's gonna make me like think a little bit,
I thought it was fine. I was super mystified by the lack of any actual guns in it. I'm like, what am I doing wrong in this game? These enemies are kicking my ass. Like
because it was a very
it's different, and I feel like the game didn't really explain that it was different.
Yeah, well,
again, I was playing the game wrong, but in fact, I was playing it right. It's not a smooth brain shooter.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And we need games like that.
No, for sure. I just want them to explain that to me. So
no, that's fair. And again, you had an expectation because you had played Prey.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought too when I was like, Prey. And then I checked out the demo. I was like, did they remake it? Because this looks kind of weird.
No, because I got it on sale. I was like, okay, it's just going to be like Prey, the Native American guy fighting aliens. Okay, cool. I'm in.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, I'm on space? Okay, that's weird. Okay. Shit, I don't get a rifle or anything. I'm shooting foam at people. What the fuck's going on here?
I only got the mega pickup.
Like it's one of those things where if I went in with the right mindset, I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. It's I feel like it's probably like Hellblade too. Like
you have to go with a mindset. Again, when I bought, because I bought it on disc, the original Hellblade on PS4. And I got it at Best Buy, and the person's at the counter is like, "Oh, I really love this game. Be sure to play it with headphones." I'm like, "What about like on your TV with a surround sound?" No, it has to be headphones. I'm like, "Oh, okay. I'll play this eventually then."
That's literally what I say to anyone, like Lethal's friend Will. Jester, we've had on the channel.
I paid a good amount of money for a surround sound. It's like I want to use that. I want to use headphones.
Yeah, I will say that's the one game. The Hellblade games are the one games where it's like,
for sure. But like that's why I haven't played it yet, and it's just like okay. I've had it in my backlog for eons. I'll go play it eventually.
You have a deck, Lemon?
No.
I was gonna say
Steam Deck.
Why don't you have a Steam Deck, Lemon? Get a
because I have a PC.
Yeah,
why would I need a Steam Deck?
Because Steam Deck.
But I have a PC.
But Steam.
Where am I gonna take my Steam Deck out of my house to play?
You're gonna take it to your bed to fucking vibe.
No, I'm gonna turn music on.
Lemon's not really that type of gamer, Bobby.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, I generally do not like handheld games. Like I just do. I've never liked them, and I've always felt like the weirdo because everyone I know likes handheld games. There's been whole games where I just refuse to play them handheld, and I just play them on console. Like I thoroughly enjoyed Persona 4 Golden on my console more than I enjoyed it on a Vita, because I just like to play on a TV screen because I grew up on that, I guess.
Sure, and I mean most of us did, right? For me, it's like I do a lot of my gaming on PC, and then I have the PS5 hooked up to the OLED, right? And so like I have really nice ways to do it, but sometimes I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to turn all this shit on. And I want my room to get warm because my PS5 and my big ass TV are on. And I don't want my room to get warm because my big ass monitor and my fucking computer are on. So I'm just gonna like turn on my Steam Deck and fucking play Fallout 3 in 60 FPS.
So this is gonna be like an absolute, like, you're an absolute degenerate, Lemon, but like I live alone, right? So I don't, my whole house, I could literally have my 65-inch television. I don't have to share it with fuck all. It's mine. I don't have to share it with anyone.
It was my
no
TV
one.
is mine.
Like, I'd rather play, if I'm gonna play a video game, I want to be on like the best, setup possible. If I don't have that, like a smaller screen, I'll just read a book. I'll go bum around on YouTube. Like, if I'm gonna play a game, it's gonna be the best performance possible on the biggest screen possible with the best sound possible. And I know it's absolute weird. It's literally, I guess it's more just like I'm playing out my childhood dream of just playing video games on my parents' hi-fi setup.
Just I hear Lemon when he's saying all this. He's like those guys on South Park who work for the cable company with the little flaps on their shirt.
Yeah, they're just pulling it off. I literally, how did you know I pulled the flaps off already?
He's like, I want to play on my 65-inch with my surround sound on my Xbox. And
I thought my 65-inch, it's too small. I need like 85-inch OLED.
Yeah, he pulls the nipple flaps down
with my Denon surround sound.
Last one here, Lemon. Then I'm jumping on.
All right. No, and I hate to sound like that because I know I totally came off like that. And I apologize profusely, but it's just one of those things where I've just grown up playing console games and I just never got into handheld games. I'm the only one I know who does not like playing games on handheld.
I like, for me, right, I can play little, like, smaller games or old games on a handheld, right? And then I can also, if I'm out, like I went to a hotel, went up north to the Bay Area a couple months ago, brought the Steam Deck, and I was like, oh, I could do this. And if I wanted to, I could have brought the dock and plugged it into the TV and in the hotel room and had, a 720 to 1080 experience on the TV in there. But I could sit there and go, okay, let me play, I'm gonna play. Let's say I play Stray. I just want to play Stray. I can play that game. Yeah, kitty cat game. Cool. I played all of Little Kitty Big City.
How is that, by the way?
Oh, super adorable.
I've heard nothing about that game since it was announced.
It has an overwhelmingly positive on Steam. It is. I'm pretty sure it did. Let me double check. But it is super cute. It is not a game that you're going to hear about because it's not a high-profile thing. It's a little indie, but it is.
But I feel like those are some of my favorite games of the last few years, been indie games.
Yeah, me too. Right. So, and it's got a very positive. Oh, it's at 94%. Holy shit, that sucks.
So it's like, but what are you doing? Is it like you go on an adventure as a cat, or?
Yeah. So you're a cat who falls out of their apartment window onto the street, and so you have to. Go through the city, like solving puzzles and interacting with other animals in order to find a way to get back up.
Is it a pretty chill game?
It's very chill. It is super chill.
Yeah. No. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna check this out.
And you can get little hats. Like you can get a little.
I like cats with hats.
Yeah, you can get a little apple hat for your cat.
Oh no! I kind of want to play this game now.
It's super cute. And see, this is like a perfect Steam Deck game, right? Because you just sit and it's like a little vibe game. Nothing's too like strenuous. You don't have to like this is when you talk about like smooth brain games. These are the type of smooth brain games that I'm okay with. Like if it's like a shooter, it's like I don't care. But if it's like it's like you're playing as a little kitty cat running around collecting little corn cob hats and cowboy hats for your cat to wear, and climbing up ivy, and then. There's like spots where you can make the cat take a nap and it's the cutest thing ever, right? Like, it's just like little stuff like that. To me, that's the perfect like smooth brain game. Like it's just enjoyable, little dumb fun. But yeah, I would recommend that. I would not recommend anything higher than Animal Well, though. Right now,
no, I want to play Animal Well. I want to play it a lot, though I know I'm not gonna like the game a lot. just because I'm the type of guy who has the guide when I play a game on my lap, ready to play. You know, like
I will tell. Did you play Tunic?
No, I always meant to play Tunic. It was on Game Pass and everything. I never played it.
For Tunic and for Animal Well,
don't have a guide.
Do not.
Yeah, no, I've heard this. Yeah, I've heard the same. And it's one of those things where I just need to turn it on because I want to play them both. Tunic just because it's a Zelda clone, quote unquote Zelda clone, but a much more hardcore Zelda. And then Animal Well because I love the aesthetic. I just love the kind of from the trailers, the kind of black background with like the almost neon,
very old school, almost like Atari, you know.
Yeah, that's actually good putting it, Atari, because it's very vibrant in the sense of it's a black background and everything in the foreground pops off because it's it's not black, right? It's very vibrant, and it's a really cool aesthetic. And I guess it's very cool because Donkey said it's really cool.
And we all know Donkey is the guy.
I will say he generally has a pretty decent take most of the time.
That's true.
I don't agree with him.
Well, with that being said, stream, we're gonna call it here. So,
Tallen's tired of listening to us ramble.
Tallen is like Donkey.
We're 4 hours into the stream, okay? So,
party hard.
All right. Well, with that being said, everyone, thank you so much for joining us today. Whether you're over on the YouTube side, YouTube Short, Twitch, Kick, you name it. Make sure you hit that follow button or sub button if you want to see more of our content. Check out our channels as always over on Direct Gaming. Post there every day. Until next, everyone, we'll catch you guys all in the next one. Johnny.